Councilmember Hannah. Councilmember Alleman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bash. Mayor Grummeyer.
Here.
All present, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we are going to start our workshop with a strategic plan update. So we'll have our communication manager, Newton, start that.
Hi again. So today we're going to talk about the strategic plan. So as you recall, in February of 2022 last year, the City Council adopted its new strategic plan. And this document guides city decisions and actions over a multi-year period, in this case, the year 2022 to 2026. So this workshop is going to be a little bit different than previous updates that you may be used to. Rather than going over every action plan item by item, I'm going to present just a high-level quantitative and qualitative overview of the progress made in each direction, but we did provide the full tracking log with your agenda. In case you have any questions on any particular action plans, we can discuss those at the end, and all the departments are here to support me in that. Okay, so as you're aware, the strategic plan consists of 5 directions, and every staff report that comes to the City Council is connected to at least one of these directions. So public health, safety and wellness, human capital, economic development and financial stability, communication and stakeholder experience, and infrastructure and asset management. So all of these directions are dedicated to fulfilling the organization's mission statement and preserving Norco's rural lifestyle. Here you can see the comprehensive progress update for all strategic directions. Nearly 60% of the action plans have been completed or modified. Nearly 40% of the action plans are in progress, and 1% of the action plans are not started. So overall, we're making very good progress in this first year of implementation of the strategic plan. So strategic direction number 1 is public health, safety, and wellness. In this direction, 72% of the action plans have been completed or modified, 22% are in progress, and 5% are not started. And really, this is just one item that has not been started. It's the implementation of the facilities and programs assessment, and this can't be implemented until the assessment itself is complete. So it's our one outstanding item that's not started across the strategic plan. So with this direction, staff continues to promote our homeless services and pursue opportunities for collaboration and partnerships with other organizations, as well as increase public education about CityNet services. And data collection is ongoing. The dashboards will continue to be shared with the City Council quarterly, and then we will share those with the community following that council presentation. This direction also brings attention to many types of community programs. NAR, NCP, and Norco College's CERT training courses continue to be promoted across the city's communication channels. Staff has evaluated the Neighborhood Watch program. You'll see that that's modified in the tracking log. So in speaking with the lieutenant, he determined that this effort should instead be dedicated to increasing awareness of NCP. Traffic safety continues to be a high priority. Again, speaking with the lieutenant, he informed me today that we will be welcoming a motor officer in early August. So this is Norco's first motor officer in 14 years. So that's really exciting. And then additional needs will be further evaluated in spring of 2024. Staff has received proposals to conduct a facilities and programs assessment, and that will be further discussed during tonight's regular meeting. So regarding the housing element, many surrounding cities are still working on their housing element, and Norco is proud to have a certified housing element with the state of California. Staff continues to devote time to implementing the various action plans that are identified in the housing element itself, separate from the strategic plan. One of those being the Veterans Housing Action Plan. That property was acquired last year, and the RFP for developer selection is anticipated this calendar year. Staff also continues to evaluate opportunities to bring those second units into compliance, and a recommendation is being prepared for City Council at a future meeting. So direction number 2 is human capital. In this direction, 25% of the action plans have been completed or modified, and 75% of the action plans are in progress. With this direction, the citywide classification and compensation study is complete for all groups except for part of Local 606. And this study will be considered as part of tonight's regular meeting agenda. This fiscal year, we've also made an investment in staff training programs that we really never had in the organization before. Departments are truly excited to have these new opportunities to pursue education and development in their fields and their chosen professions. So with the staffing needs assessment, this has been completed for IT, code enforcement, and public works, and the remaining divisions will be addressed in the future. Strategic direction number 3 is economic development and financial stability. In this direction, 70% of the action plans have been completed or modified, and 30% are in progress. Last year, the city retained retail strategies to augment our economic development efforts and recruit retailers on behalf of the city. This partnership is going really well. It's led to introductions and meetings with new brands that are now interested in coming to Norco. We have modified a few of the development strategy action plans under action plan number 2, and those are to now be addressed as part of the general plan in action plan number 4. So with that, skipping to the third picture, action plan number 4 has been modified as a comprehensive general plan update to include all of the elements at one time. Previously, as you saw in the tracking log, they were all individually listed. So we have decided to do one comprehensive 2050 general plan update. An initial outreach actually began this month at the 4th of July event. It's going to continue this weekend at Day of the Cowboy and across the remaining events this calendar year through the fall. So this is a significant team effort, as you know, and this will involve every department and is at the top of all of our priority lists. So regarding revenue management, we continue to monitor revenue management and expenditure control. The City Council has approved the funding policies for the pension rate stabilization program, as well as the general fund reserve policy. And as we discussed yesterday in our staff meeting, this year will be the year of the study, as Lori said, because our departments are tackling a development impact fee study, a cost allocation study, a user fee study, and a utility rate study. So a lot of studies are coming this year. Strategic direction number 4 is communication and stakeholder experience. Under this direction, 42% of the action plans have been completed or modified, and 58% are in progress. So many of the action plans in this direction are consistently addressed as part of departmental collaboration and support. An effort is an ongoing aspect of day-to-day operations. We do continue to leverage our technological tools for public information, and we were recently recognized by the California Association of Public Information Officers early this year for our redesigned website and our weekly email newsletter, which were really proud accomplishments for us. At the beginning of this calendar year, we launched Flash Vote, and our survey panel is now up to 600 residents, which is really good for a smaller community. Our first survey gathered data about communication preferences externally, and the responses were consistent with the city's current offerings, being email and text message communication are preferred. There really weren't any surprises from that survey. We also use FlashVote to survey employees on communication preferences, and since that, we have implemented ways to increase our communication internally, including the launch of the city manager's monthly email newsletter that she now sends to employees. Through the development of the survey panel, which remains open for signups, FlashVote has prepared a demographic analysis using the census data and using our survey panel data that we've collected, and that will be shared with City Council in a future memo. Since the adoption of the strategic plan, we have expanded our presence on social media by launching Instagram and LinkedIn. To date, our Instagram has amassed over 4,500 followers with a goal of 5,000 by October. So I think that's what once seemed very unrealistic is now a realistic goal. The survey results really did not suggest any other new social media platforms. Our residents were pretty content with our current offerings. And we have also invested in increased photography and videography services, which you can see are evidence throughout this presentation. And this has really helped enhance our multimedia communication. Strategic direction number 5 is infrastructure and asset management. In this direction, 70% of the action plans have been completed or modified, and 30% are in progress. Many of the action plans in this direction were accomplished with the development of the true 5-year capital improvement program budget, which was recently approved. Regarding records management, the city clerk's office continues to modernize our records management practices to eliminate the need for additional storage. Our government access portal is frequently updated with new contracts, resolutions, and ordinances. And this helps us really promote transparency and access to information that once wasn't really available. So handling manure continues to be an important issue for Norco to address, and the city has retained a consultant to assist with the development of an RFP for refuse hauling to include manure. So internally, we've been discussing this 80-20 breakdown regarding productivity. So on average, 80% of our capacity is allocated toward everyday work, and 20% of our capacity is allocated to special projects like those listed in the strategic plan. And as the city manager described to us yesterday, it's like playing offense versus defense. So in this part of the presentation, we'd really like to take the opportunity to highlight some of the significant projects that our departments are working on that are not part of day-to-day operations, but are also not really itemized in the strategic plan. So in February, the City Council adopted its legislative platform, which includes advocating for the RTRP, advocating for the closure of CRC Norco, and ultimately advocating to retain local control. As you know, staff and council members have dedicated a lot of time to these two major issues by attending meetings, even today, right before this, collaborating with our partners, and working with the media, which was evidenced by the mayor's recent press junket that we put her through for these issues. So even though this is not listed in the strategic plan, it's also not part of day-to-day operations, but it takes a lot of time and effort. So that's the theme of these next few topics. This year, we also launched two significant communication projects that were not listed in the strategic plan. So in May, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Norco Township with a very successful community event. And just by happenstance, I think this celebration created a new brand and a new merchandise line that's been really well received by the community. But it also inspired an internal conversation about elevating the city's key messaging, really to position Norco as a premier animal keeping and or the premier Southern California community for animal keeping and small plot agriculture. So we've kind of looked inward on how we used to message more Horsetown, USA, and really getting back to those agricultural roots and how we position Norco to a larger audience that may be introduced to it for the first time. So the construction of the new barn has also created a new opportunity to market Ingalls Event Center to a new audience. And with the guidance and support from the barn subcommittee, staff has been developing a new logo, monument and wayfinding signage, and a new website that's just for the Ingalls Event Center. And we're really, really excited about this. So we plan to launch this new brand and website prior to the official opening of the barn next month. And these marketing investments are intended to increase awareness of the event center to new types of clientele with the primary goal of increasing revenue across all venues at the event center. So in addition to the IT assessment that's listed in the strategic plan, we continue to build out technology and have a few specific implementations that are planned this year. The finance department will be automating their spreadsheets, as you know, exist into an electronic budget module in our financial system. And the community development department will be implementing an electronic plan submittal module. So the city is required to accept electronic solar permit submittals and will eventually accept all plans electronically. This technology exists in just about all of our surrounding cities, and we're aware of the need internally that we kind of need to get up with the times. But these implementations will affect and involve every department with the goal of moving less paper and making sure that less people actually need to come into City Hall for these types of services. As you know, we have a substantial amount of high priority projects listed in our CIP budget, aside from those that are listed in the strategic plan. We manage CIP projects in-house, which takes a lot of time, and completing these projects takes a significant amount of organizational effort from all departments on top of that everyday workload. So other cross-departmental infrastructure projects that are coming this year include the Park and Ride exchange between the county and the city, the Bluff Street annexation, and the citywide lead line survey that is going to be conducted by Public Works. All of our work truly supports our mission statement and the overarching goal of ensuring financial sustainability, right? So to ensure that sustainability, this year our departments will be pursuing more revenue management strategies that are listed in the strategic plan. So we will be administering the refuse contract RFP to ensure that we are providing the best rates and levels of service to the community. We will also be administering two Prop 218 hearings, one for the LMDs, which is already underway, and another for the forthcoming refuse contract. The city is also required to complete the insurance services office survey to determine our fire insurance premium. And this survey will require document and data preparation as we strive to obtain a higher rating than we had before to provide a manageable insurance premium for the community. And I know I previously mentioned the new approach to the general plan, but while this is now a much bigger project, it is the right way to approach this type of project than was previously envisioned. And this project is extremely important and will involve every single department and even commission within the city because it will ultimately determine Norco's vision for the future. So with that, all departments are here to answer any specific questions you may have. And this is the time that we'd like to hear from the city council. If you'd like to add anything that's in the plan, if you'd like to modify, if you'd like to remove, this is really the time to talk all of that out.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go ahead and start over to my right. So Councilmember Hannah.
I got one question here. On the park and ride exchange, what is the holdup on that? Probably Caltrans, I'm sure, but we've been working on that for over 10 years or 12, Chad.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very slow process. We've gone through several iterations and taking it over from when Roger was trying to get it through. We're actively working with Caltrans on a couple meetings a month to try to get updates where they stand. They're trying to basically develop a balance between for us it's pretty simple. It's just an exchange. You have a park ride, we have a park ride. We can bring it up to par to what you need, but let's just exchange the properties, move forward. But for them, it's complicated because they have to do a relinquishment, which is a separate process. They have two different entities of themselves that they have to agree on, and we're trying to get all the parties in at the same time to recognize this is really a win-win in that we're providing and going to be maintaining in perpetuity a park and ride that for their benefit. And it's just getting all the parties involved. So we're continually meeting with them. We're getting outside entities trying to assist us in trying to streamline the process to get people involved, whether RCTC or others that we can. But we're working very diligently to push them quickly, keep pushing them to the next thing, not and get deadlines. When we have the next discussion? When we have the next discussion? What's the next step? So we're trying to actively push them, but we're also allowing them to go through their very, very bureaucratic processes to get it to the finish line that we hope to all be at.
Okay, I was just wondering because I know we started on that a long time ago. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may add too, yes, so that's a great explanation, Chad. It is very frustrating. I can't believe it's been 10 years. So actually today I had a conversation with RCTC leadership to ask if they could please assist, and they're very willing to help us. So I'm hopeful that the executive director, Mrs. Mayer, will be able to assist given her history with Caltrans. So she was very confident they'll be able to help shake it loose for us. So Chad's going to be connecting with her. Yeah, I think Chad said 12 years. So I am cautiously optimistic that with Ann's involvement, we'll be able to move this thing.
Councilmember Newton.
Good report. Realize all the amount of work that goes into this. Direction number 3. Kelly, this may be a Lori question. Develop a database of available developable properties. Since it also includes financial stability, could we develop a list of the residential properties that we own also? They keep popping up, and it's like, you know, we have one on Sierra, we have one at the end of Valley View, and then we just learned recently, we own Second and Corona Avenue. Only because these would be for sale, possibly, which would relate to financial stability. So, it's kind of like that property we found years ago that we owned at the 60 freeway and the 15 freeway. We don't know what's out there.
Yes, if I may. So we are actually working on that. I'm working on that in the context of trying to do some surplus. You know, we talked about some pieces we own on Hamner, across from the Park and Ride. We've got some, just these random pieces we need to do through
Right.
SLA. So I'm actually been working with Cosmont to go through backing out from our asset list to see which of these assets, to try to identify the assets that are missing. So Cosmont's helping us with that as we speak. So once we have that, we can identify what's residential that we own potentially and have the conversation about if you guys want to surplus those assets or if you want to do some projects on those properties, either way. So I think we're aligning with where you are. So that'll result in a list basically, and then we can decide what you want to do with them.
Two things. I know also just jumped in my mind, that little sliver that we own at Second and Valley View. Also by CarMax.
Oh, yes, yes.
That
I
would-
know that's specifically on the list, the little working list I
Okay.
have.
So, yeah. Yeah. No, it's, southeast corner. Not that I'm a fan. How long have we been working with Cosmont on this specific project?
We just started. We completed a surplus with them in the fall.
Okay.
And then I've just been talking to them about doing this next round of surplus.
Is there a-
We haven't kicked it off yet.
is there, there's no, timeframe or schedule from them? on to
I have a
complete this?
proposal from them right now,
Okay.
and then they're working to narrow the lot. So I think once we have a number of how many
Okay.
pieces, we'll kind of go. But the idea would be that we would do a group surplus. So I've done this previously. Instead of doing separate resolutions for all these different things, we can adopt one set, like at one meeting. Let's say we have 10 pieces of property. We can do 10 surplus property resolutions to kick off that process and do one notification to all the interested parties to do the meet and confer with affordable housing providers. So you send them one notice about 10 properties rather than 10 notices. And it's just a more, it's a more efficient way to do it. That's kind of the goal. Interested in your thoughts on that. I mean, if you have other thoughts.
Yeah, I don't need to share them here, though. And just as a sidebar to that, Lori, the analysis completed by HDL, if you could, we used to receive the quarterly updates from HDL, the hard copies that showed where we were tax revenue wise, which industries.
Well, the non-confidential.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would list the top 25 and, but it would also show, you know, where we were with auto sales, retail sales, consumer
Yeah,
goods,
I'm
et
aware
cetera.
of this. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to see council be provided with that. If that's I think that's a quarterly statement, or is it monthly?
No, they're quarterly
Okay.
after we have our meeting. Yeah, that's absolutely.
And could you start with the last one that you've received?
Yeah, you bet. Actually, we have a meeting coming up with them in early August for
Okay.
Q3. So
I think that's helpful as we start talking about economic development, is to see which industries are producing and which aren't. Kelly, just a question on flash vote.
Yep.
We've only done one so far, one survey?
one external survey, yes, and
Okay.
then one internal survey that was just to employees.
Okay, just the employees then.
Yes,
Okay.
we have had, we welcomed Flash Vote into our department, our weekly department staff meeting. And all departments are encouraged to come up with topics that they'd like to gather some data from the survey panel. So it's still available for more surveys.
not in strategic plan, but this was a reference to building department in Alma with submitting plans electronically. And I guess I'd like to know why, are we starting with solar plans first because they're the simplest and the easiest over counter?
Please hold for all.
And, which I'm making an assumption there, but, oh, hi, Alma.
Good evening, council. The reason why we're starting with the solar is because by state law, we're required to do so. That's the first thing that has to be in place by next year.
To go electronic?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, what do you think time frame is to move into full submittals where we can take full building plans electronically?
Well, I'd like to think soon. However, that, there's a lot that comes into play. Make sure
Right.
that, we're in line with IT is on board. And so that's going to take some time. And we can, I'm sure we could
Like
look into that and,
A
get
year
back.
or
I'll-
less, or, I know it comes down to money.
Yes, but we collect a
Right.
technology surcharge, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Right?
So we don't have a schedule yet,
Okay.
but this is on the top of our priorities in terms of technology rollout this year.
Okay.
So once we complete the full rollout of 365, which is, it's just, we've made very good progress. It's not quite done. We need to complete that, and we have some server replacements to do this year. And then this is kind of next on Matt's list. So Matt's on
All right.
vacation, so he can't be here. But I think we'll be getting a schedule from him soon. But the goal will be, we'll be able to go to full electronic submittal. So we will turn off the paper. We won't accept paper. It will only be electronic, and it'll be great.
Good.
So
And with that, okay, and I look at as of efficiency of your building department. And let's say we start with solar, okay, we submit solar electronically. I want to know where I am in the queue. Where's my permit? Okay, instead of having to call the building department, right? And have staff return my call or whatever. Will we be able to, at least with the solar, an applicant be able to go online and see what's the status of his permit?
Yes, that's typically the case with being able to submit electronically. As far as the program that we will be implementing, I can definitely get back to the council to, just a kind of an update. Hey, yeah, this is
Okay.
definitely absolutely.
And then obviously that's going to move into when we start doing full
absolutely.
plans, that to me, it's going to reduce staff time.
it will. Yeah, the way
Dramatic.
these systems work for sure is that there's a portal, everybody's
Right.
got the applicant has a login, they go in and they're able to view, and then they're pushed, like instead of getting, come pick up your plan for corrections, they get an email or a text message. Here's your login here to see what's needed.
Here's your comments and
Here's your comments and your
corrections.
corrections. Here's how
Submit
long.
electronically, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, really critical in this is it's all electronic. So literally,
Right.
we do not accept paper submittals any longer. We'll help people who need help,
Mhm.
but we don't take the paper. And so there's a cut over time.
Yeah.
It's,
I think the cost savings be tremendous.
It
in
will.
this-
And to
in
the
time.
and to the contractor too, who doesn't have to
Right.
pay to have those massive plans printed, which is, can be very expensive on a large project. So.
And rent a dolly to carry him into the
Right.
building.
It'll be good.
Thank you, Alma. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Lord.
Councilmember Alman?
Yes, thank you for the information. There's a lot of really good things going on, so I would not advocate for adding to anything yet, but I think a lot of good information is going to come out of this that will help us chart our way forward if we need to make any changes. Just a couple things on some of these items. They're marked done, but just wanted to reiterate, I see them as they were things that we wanted to start, so that's the way they went on the strategic plan, but now they're going to be part of kind of our regular workload. For instance, equestrian education or homeless outreach education. Those are things that we're going to be continuing to do through our communications department. The same with like traffic calming. I noticed that was marked done, but some of these things are iterative. They, take care of one issue and then there's another one that pops up. I did have a question regarding one of the items was strengthening the relationship with the chamber. And I know that that's marked as ongoing, but could you provide any other insight on where we are with that one?
Yeah, so I think as at the staff level, we've become much more active with the chamber. I know I'm in communication pretty regularly with Jamie. I attend their events pretty regularly. I know council members, you participate very regularly. Jamie and I had some conversations about some collaboration we want to do on some classes for businesses in our community, specifically with CDTFA on tax issues. So I think we've made good progress there. I feel like there's a connection between us and their board. It can always be better, of course, but I feel like it's in a positive place.
Okay, that's great to hear. And then I want to just piggyback on the question that Greg had about flash vote, because that was something that was exciting that I think can really build just a connection with some of our residents that maybe don't make it to the meetings or we don't hear from, a way for them to participate. How often do we kind of see that we would be using that? Is it just kind of unneeded, or we're looking at kind of more regular so that folks are used to using it? Can you just give a little more information?
Yeah, definitely. So it is available to us whenever we would like. It is a matter of coming up with the topics that we would like to survey people on and gather data on. So that door is kind of open right now on a staff level of what data points would you like to know about? I definitely see us utilizing flash vote in conjunction with the general plan. So right now we kind of have an unscientific, more qualitative survey that's going to be pushed for the next 45 days or so. And then when we go to the evaluation point of that data, we'll kind of pinpoint some maybe like contentious issues or just issues of interest. And then we can definitely utilize flash vote to hone in on those specific data points with our survey panel. That would be the most immediate need I would see, is this first phase of outreach with the general plan, but it is open truly for anything.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Beck.
Great report. Lots of good things being done. I had just a couple of questions. Developmental strategies, new brands coming to Norco. Is there some way we can be filled in on that, maybe? And what new brands?
So yes, we can, I can offline share with you, but I think I have through the years. So this is the idea of the brands and stores that are interested in Norco. The retail strategies has been working on with us. So as we talked about when we retained retail strategies, we're talking about 2-3 years before we're really going to see any of that come to fruition. This is just a very long time horizon for retail. And these are also tough sledding for retail right now, quite frankly. So, but I think I've through informal communication shared with you all, the folks we've
So I
been
understand
talking
we're
to.
just keeping it on the QT so we can steal, so we can not let other communities know what's happening.
Well, and we don't want to, I don't want to misrepresent. I mean, this is tough. Like I said, retail's tough sledding, and cities, our role is to play a welcome mat, make sure people know where we are, but the decisions are made outside of our hands, right? So I don't want residents to get excited about XYZ brand. We may or may not see XYZ brand located in Norco, right? But the flip side happens too, that people we've never heard of come from left field and locate here. So we're the beneficiary, but we also spend a lot of time working with particular entities, and sometimes nothing comes to fruition, as we've experienced recently. So
Thank you.
All right, I do not have any questions. Thank you for your report. So with that, I think we will go ahead and conclude the workshop. And so at this time, we are going to adjourn into closed session, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to go ahead and read what those particular items will be, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going into closed session on conference with legal counsel of existing litigation, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, that is facts and circumstances known. It has to do with the 3 million gallon reservoir project. Conference with labor negotiator, conference with real property negotiator, and another conference with real property negotiator, and properties represented by APN on the agenda.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, need to receive and file. So I'll go ahead and accept a motion before we close the.
We don't need we don't need a motion to receive and file, correct?
Do we? Do we need a receive and file motion or no? Okay, perfect. So, all right, perfect. So we're good then. So at this time, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. going to go ahead and reconvene the public session with the report of actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. During closed session, council heard the conference with labor negotiator. There was no reportable action on that item. Council gave direction. The remaining four, the two conferences with legal counsel on litigation and the two real property negotiations were not heard. Those were continued to the end of the meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So we're going to be having the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Newton, and then we'll have the invocation by Youth Member Tyler Snow from the LDS Church. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, is Tyler here? All right, Tyler is not. So I will go ahead and do the invocation. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this group that is gathered here to volunteer their service and time to this wonderful city of Norco. We certainly appreciate the passion and desire to serve and the care and consideration for our community that is evident in the room this evening. We pray that as the council conducts the work of our residents in our town, that you would bless us with wisdom, that you would bless us with compassion and understanding as we do the work for the residents of this community. And as we go through the continuing heat, Lord, we just pray that you would keep our residents, our animals, and our first responders that are out there doing the hard work, keeping us safe, keep them well. And we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. So we will go into the agenda. We're going to be starting with a proclamation for Parks Make Life Better Month. And I do see some of our parks folks here. So I'm going to come down to the podium. And do you want everybody that's here from Parks to come up? Yeah, that'll be fun. All right. So y'all get to come up and stand with me while I read the proclamation. All right, so it is definitely my honor to recognize tonight that July is Parks Make Life Better Month by presenting a proclamation to our Community Services Director and staff. So now I get to read all the whereases. Whereas Parks and Community Services promote physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Community Services support the economic vitality of communities by partnering with local businesses and nonprofits and offering events for residents' engagement. And whereas Parks and Community Services foster social cohesiveness in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas Parks and Community Services strengthen community identity by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, history, aesthetics, landscape, and whereas Parks and Community Services sustain and steward our natural resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecological function of parkland. And whereas Parks and Community Services remain versatile and innovative in providing vital services to communities through local, national, or global emergencies, all while adhering to guidelines set forth by governing agencies. And whereas the California Park and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better, to inform citizens of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. Now, therefore, I, Robin Grunmeyer, Mayor of the City of Norco, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks Make Life Better Month in the City of Norco and recognize the importance of access to local parks, trails, open space, and facilities for the health, wellness, development, inspiration, and safety of all of our residents. And it wouldn't happen without the amazing people standing here before you and all their time and effort and dedication to all of the residents of Norco.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank City Council for their leadership and support and guidance, as well as the city manager. I want to thank the A team right behind me. This isn't the full group. We have an amazing staff that I'm super proud of. And I also want to thank the community, those who serve, who dedicate their volunteer hours to help assist with programs and services to make the community what it is. Because without all of us working together, we would not be such a cool community that we are. So thank you all. And staff, congratulations. You are amazing rock stars.
Okay, so we're gonna do a picture, but I think what might be easier is if you all move kind of close into the dais and then everybody on the dais kind of stand in behind them. Might be a little bit easier, and then
If I could ask, we have a guest here, is the California Parks and Recreation Society President, Doug Grove. If you can come up with us and take a picture.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to call upon the Norco Horse Week Committee, who has a few presentations to make. So you guys want to come up?
So hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. Council, thanks for having us. So we're completely volunteer, our event. So it makes it nice to be able to come up here and kind of show some big ceremonial checks on what we're able to give back to the city and to our community. So I'll try to keep it quick. We got 5, it looks like, here with us. So without further ado, here we go. So first we have NART. We were able to give NART $2,500 this year. Yeah. So next we have Norco Animal Shelter. So we were able to give $9,000 to the animal shelter. So next we have the Norco Senior Center. So this has always been one that's important to us at Horse Week. So we always try to take care of them. So we're able to do $10,000 this year to the Senior Center. So next we have Norco FFA. FFA is helped out immensely in Horse Week for, well, past 10 years that I've been doing it. I'm sure before that. Great group. They're amazing, always jumping in. So we were able to donate them $8,000 this year. So last but not least, we have some for Norco seniors and pets. I believe we have a. So Norco Senior and Pets, we were able to do $10,000 to this year. Again, a great group. So. So again, thank you everybody. Thank you council, and we'll look forward to it again next year.
So I just wanted to reiterate what the president of Horse Week said. It's 100% volunteers. People give a lot of time and effort to making that event go. And then to have the amount of money that was just distributed tonight and given back to this community, it really is a labor of love that's done by the Horse Week Committee. And it is one of the signature events in town that folks look forward to for sure. 14 days full of fun and excitement. So again, on behalf of the City Council, thank you for what you do. Thank you for your tremendous support of the community, and the amount of money that you have donated tonight is truly extraordinary, and it's going to do amazing things for Norco. So thank you again for all that you do. All right, the next item on the agenda, we are going to have to postpone. I'm sure folks are aware that there are several fires in our local area, and our new battalion chief is out today working. So we will postpone that and have that introduction on another day. So a lot of you are in the audience for our next agenda item, which is our committee commission annual recruitment. So I'm going to go ahead and call upon the city clerk to provide some direction for us on that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before I get started, I just want to if there's any committee or commission members or applicants that are here, youth commissioners that have not filled out a speaker card, please do so now. The speaker cards are right outside the door. And if you can bring them in and you can give them to Chad, he's here in the burgundy shirt. Raise your hand, Chad. Yay, he's my helper. Thank you. Okay, we'll get started. Okay, so we are working on the annual recruitment for 2023 for our committees and commissions. Currently, for Parks and Recreation Commission, we have one scheduled vacancy. Planning Commission, one scheduled vacancy. Streets and Trails and Utilities Commission, 4 scheduled vacancies. Historic Preservation and Agriculture Commission, we have 5 scheduled vacancies. Measure R, we have 4 scheduled vacancies and 1 unscheduled vacancy. Youth Commissioners, which is our new commission, we have 5 scheduled vacancies. And then we also have our Veterans Commission that we will be appointing tonight also. For requirements, the Norco Municipal Code, Chapter 2.22040, you must be a citizen of the United States, you must be a resident of the city, a student or employed in the city, be at least 18 years of age. A youth commissioner would be 13 to 21 years of age. Take and file with the city clerk the oath required by Section 36507 of the California Government Code, and no felony conviction. The public notice was released by the city clerk's office on May 9th, 2023 through the Maddie Act, and application deadline was June 29th, 2023. Applications were received and provided to council for a 2-week review. The process tonight will be the applicants will be invited to speak for 3 minutes to introduce themselves to council. City clerk will begin a random drawing for Measure R to fill 5 vacancies. City council will discuss their preference for the planning commission appointment to 1 vacancy to either appoint at this time or hold interviews at a later date. City clerk will provide a ballot to each council member to make appointments to the additional vacancies in historic, stuck, and Parks and Rec, excuse me. City clerk will tally the votes and announce appointments. Appointees must receive at least 3 votes to be considered. The city council will make appointments to the Veterans Commission from the current membership list of the George Ingles Veterans Committee provided. Council, do you have any questions at this time?
Any questions for city clerk? All right.
And we will go ahead and invite everybody up to speak. I'll start calling just a moment. Okay. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker is Carolyn Morse.
Good evening. So I graduated from Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo in 1975 with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Business Management. My soon-to-be husband also graduated in the same. We had the country open to us, and a friend kept telling us, I don't care where you work, but you have to live in Norco. I was like, where the hell is Norco? You know, but, and there was a group that had a bumper sticker like that along the years. So we got married. My husband secured a job in Brea. We found Norco and fell in love with all the dirt, animals, events, and people, and made the move and haven't left for 48 years. So I'd actually been to Norco in my younger days when my family would come to visit our cousins at the Naval Hospital, where the father and mother were a doctor and a nurse. Our days out there were spent in the lake having a great time and along the shore running through the reeds. And so I saw the lake once again from Beacon Hill and had to know more. I started working at the local newspapers, where it gave me the opportunity to get to know people and to research the history of this great town. As the newspapers closed, it gave me an opportunity to research an extension of Norco along the Santa Ana River by working for Microhaga Shooting Enterprises, a diverse operation which included shooting sports, hunting, education, pond management, and crops growing in the fields. I would be honored to serve once again on the Historical Preservation Agricultural Heritage Commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Chavez Gaffney.
Good afternoon, Mayor Grunmeyer, City Council, City staff, fellow residents. I am here this evening to express my interest in serving this great community of Norco as a commission member. My family and I have resided in the city for almost 2 years, so I'm very new here, after relocating from the city of Huntington Beach. I have been asked many, many times, why Norco? Well, Norco provides the style of living we were wanting. We were able to house our horses on our own property and ride in the neighborhood that we live in addition to having a wide open space where our dogs are able to run within the confines of our property. The city offers rural living while remaining just a hop, skip, and a jump from city life. And additionally, the mutual respect of the neighbors here just seemed to call on us. I just celebrated my 17th anniversary working for Southern California Edison, managing a team that is responsible for our real property records, including all our fee property easements, lease, as well as all the facilities and franchise locations. Following a career of 25 years in the title and real estate industry, I know a lot about real estate. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in human resource development with a concentration in leadership and organizational development. I'm all over the place, I realize that. As far as community service, I have taught catechism to children from kindergarten on through confirmation. I've served as vice president and treasurer at Our Lady of the Miraculous Medal. I've coached and refereed for AYSO soccer and served as a team mom for many, many sports. I've been affiliated with the Orange County Ronald McDonald House for the last 10 years, serving families throughout the Southern California area. And as my employer, I serve as a volunteer for the Public Safety Power Shutoff as the company face to help our residents and ratepayers. As a law enforcement family, it's not uncommon to see the Anaheim Mounted Police Unit trailer in front of my house, either removing horses or bringing them home after a hard day of work. We have 2 horses that are sworn officers, as well as house 3 additional horses that are also sworn officers. Reflecting back on my interest to join a commission, I asked myself what would be the best way to find out about this city, this council, and the commissions. And so what I decided to do is I decided to be present at each council meeting. I've attended every Stuck, Parks and Rec, and Planning Commission meeting. I've missed one since January. I felt with each meeting I was becoming more aware, and I have to say my one claim to fame was holding the first banner in the Norco Horse Week Parade. I didn't trip, and I lost carbs before recorded it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Aaron Williams.
Hello. I'm here to express my desire to volunteer and to serve on commissions. Mostly I'm interested in streets and trails. I also find interest in Measure R and Parks and Rec. But I have to say that I'm not looking to unseat somebody that's been on a commission for 10 years. That's not something I'm here to try to campaign or put my name out for. So I realize some commissions have all incumbents wanting to return. And I think that that service has a lot of value. So I don't want me coming here to express my desire to join the commission doesn't mean that I necessarily think anyone should be unseated that has, provided valuable service. Where there are openings, where incumbents don't wish to return, I want, to put my name forward and let you know that I'm interested in serving. I came to the town only 2 years ago, but we moved to Norco because we chose Norco. My brothers lived here for 12 years. I was born maybe 20 miles from here. So I have some idea at least of what Norco is, and that's what drew me to Norco. So we came here with our horses. We came here with our daughter. We came here to raise our family. Didn't realize how many animals my wife was going to get once we moved here. But that's a whole other thing. Anyway, so, for me, my priority is, the idea of Horsetown, USA, personally. That's something that's important to me. I think the trails throughout the city are a major factor in what brought me to Norco. There are other horse communities that don't have corrals in front of Stater Brothers, which my wife does use, trails on every street, etc. I think that's really important. I think that's a big part of what Norco has to offer. But at the same time, I think we have to think about all residents and all needs. I think a great example is a while back, there was a request for information or feedback on bike plans around the city. There was a huge uproar, and my first thought was bikes. We're Horsetown, which is what I saw on Facebook. And I thought, well, you know, I took my car to get an oil change. I threw my bike in the back of the truck, and I rode my bike home. And well, you know, I do have a car seat for my toddler on the handlebars of my bike. So although I think I'm here for horses, and I am here for horses, and I prioritize horse trails, there are other important needs too, and things like kids riding home from school on their bikes not getting hit because we have good bike lanes where it's appropriate. Just an example of how, you know, commission can prioritize what's important in the core of Norco, but also accommodate everybody and make the town work for everybody who's here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Thompson.
Good evening, Council. I've reapplied for the Streets and Trails Utilities Commission. Again, as being a 39-year resident, I'm like to continue my service, if you wish, on that commission. I think we've done a lot of good work. The current commissioners that I've worked with on, and Chad, on bringing trails up to date and the new fencing and trying to keep the public safety in mind. And the trails in this town are one of our biggest key components. And I've always had an idea that, you know, how great it would be to get people to come to Norco to ride our trails in the riverbed, like when people go down south to San Diego to ride and camp down there. Hopefully someday we can get that with Ingalls or whatever, where people can do that and utilize the one thing that we have that's a jewel in this town, and that's our current trails. So with that, I won't take up too much time. There's a lot of people here to speak, but I'd like to continue with the work that we've done, and thank you.
Our next speaker is Tam Tavalati.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. So you know me, you know I love Norco. I've tried to volunteer as much as I can in the community. You know, people at work always ask me, you seem really involved in Norco, your town, you really love it. It's hard for me to explain. If you don't live in Norco, it's hard for other people to understand. Most people live in a city, that's an address to them, and that's just somewhere they live. For people that live here, it's something very unique for us. We actually physically love our town, the community, everything about it, the atmosphere. Streets and trails is something that I'm very passionate about. Guys who've known me for years know that that's something I've always gone on and on about, to a point of annoyance. I understand that resources are limited. I have very little doubt that every one of you, if you could, you would pave all the streets in gold. It's not realistic. It's not going to happen. There's important decisions that need to be made. Commissions like this are very important to guide the council, guide the city staff in making hard decisions. My 20 years in the military, I've worked on multiple projects in many different jobs, from emergency services to law enforcement to intelligence gathering to logistics. And one of the most rewarding things for me was working with the engineering corps. We've gone to disaster zones and we built roads, utilities. You guys would be amazed how quickly these projects get done when you take the profit factor out of it. So there's a lot of stuff going on. It's been kind of neglected in Norco, but they've gone in the right direction. This is the most I've seen probably in the last 2 years that the city has gone in the direction of getting us up to where we need to be with other cities. There's a lot going on. There's construction probably on every road in this town. And unfortunately, we can't do everything all at once. So there's going to be some tough decisions. I've worked in team settings. I'm on these trails. I ride them 3-4 days a week. Not so much right now because it's about as hot as Baghdad right now, but I would. And I can tell you, I know every one of these trails. What I would bring to the commission, if considered, is a fresh perspective, a different view, and it might be beneficial, I believe, to the commission and to the city and to the staff. So I ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Emenaker.
Good evening, Mayor Brennmeyer and council members. I applied to be a member of two commissions, the Planning Commission and the second being the Parks and Rec Commission. I recently retired 20 years as a school district employee overseeing the facilities and operations of the school district. Now I'm a part of a team of experts using my skills to assist another school district with their building program. We moved to Norco because of the trail systems, arenas, and other public and equestrian spaces. I want to use my skills and knowledge to assist with preserving Norco. Within a week or two of moving to Norco, I was invited to attend a Norco Fair Committee meeting. By the time the meeting was halfway over, I'd been volunteered by a couple of active members to co-chair a committee. Since then, I've been part of continuing the tradition of the Norco Fair. It wasn't long after that I was introduced to Norco Horse Week, another great organization, as you heard tonight, who donated some money to some of the organizations in the group. I know these are not the only two organizations in town, but I feel there are two that I can use my skills to make a difference. The same is true if I'm selected to be a member of commission. The Planning Commission and the Parks Commission are the two that I believe I can make a difference. With over 16 years working with various architects, engineers, construction companies, I understand building and engineering codes, zoning, and all aspects of planning and permitting. Additionally, I have 20 years working for the couple of school districts managing the facilities. In some cases, these school district properties transform into what we know as parks and recs, after school hours in areas where city parks were not available for the community. Norco is unique in so many ways. I love it when I'm walking, driving, or riding my horse around Norco and seeing horses, goats, emu, and on occasion even see a camel in someone's yard. I have friends with children, and I hear about how they're involved in activities like barrel racing, involved in the ag department, or volunteering with an organization that uses horses to help children with disabilities. I want this to continue so the future generations can have the same opportunities. I love driving down 6th Street and seeing people riding their horses. There is something magical about this town when I get off the freeway at 6th Street or 2nd, or come up over the hill from Arlington to come down to whenever I get a feeling in my heart. And I know this feeling other people get because I hear about it. I don't want to take too much of your time because I know there's several people here, but I think we've heard from several people already about how much Norco is special to them. And I say I'd be honored to further serve the community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Long.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I've put my name in for candidacy on both the Streets and Trails and the Measure R. My wife and I moved here almost 9 years ago. We love this town. Unfortunately, like most of the people, not unfortunately, unfortunately, me, like most of the people in here, I don't have enough time to enjoy the town. I'm working. But love this town. The trails are one of the things that drew us here. We have 3 mules, and we love to just be able to ride. I echo thoughts about it. It'd be a great place to be able to do more destination work. In my career, I have worked with, built teams of up to 40 people. I've managed budgets of several $1 million. I've accomplished a lot of things professionally, and decided that this was the year I put my name in and see if I can be of service to the community, and that's what I'm here for. So with that, I'll say thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Pavia.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I just finished my first term on Street and Trails and Utilities Commission, and I would like to continue to serve because I believe that my experience and my love for Norco can continue to be valuable to the city. I've lived in Norco since 2003, and I own 2 horses. I ride regularly around town on the trails. I also work in Norco, right on the other side of that fence there at the Naval Surface Warfare Center. So I spend a lot of time here. I'm the Region 2 president of the North American Trail Ride Conference, which is a national competitive trail organization, and I compete with my 2 horses on trails around Southern California. I'm also the author of 7 books about horses, including Horses for Dummies, Horseback Riding for Dummies, and Trail Riding, a Complete Guide. So I'm really into horses. I'm a frequent contributor to Horse Illustrated magazine and several other equine publications. I'm a member of the Norco Horsemen's Association and have participated in volunteer activities around town over the 20 years I've been here, including working at the Norco Fair, participating in trail cleanups, volunteering at NHA events, and writing for the NHA newsletter. I also served as the NHA trail boss for Area 8 a few years ago. So I would appreciate you considering me for the Street Trails Utilities Commission. I'd like to continue to serve and work hard to help improve the safety and enjoyment for both our trails and our roadways. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sean Gill.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Sean Gill. I've only been a resident of Norco for about 3 years now. We tried moving here in about 1992, and being a young couple, it was just a little out of our reach. So we were awfully excited 3 years ago when a house came up and we put in an offer and we were able to move here. I recently interviewed for the Planning Commission and thoroughly enjoyed the interview. And again, I want to put my name in the hat for actually any commission or committee member. I'm just proud to be in the city of Norco finally after many years, and I've always lived in the area since about 1992. So, you know, I'm very familiar with Norco and all its heritage. But I've been a construction manager primarily for many municipalities over the last 37 years. We do CM and inspection work for areas from all the way from LA County to San Diego. So I feel like my level of expertise would benefit the city immensely. I hold an A license and a C27 license. I also am an SME, which is subject matter expert for the California State License Board. I sit on their hearing boards and I help them write their license exams. I'm also a professor at Cal Poly Pomona in the spring, I guess it is. I've been doing that for almost 10 years now. I try to give back to a lot of the people that have given to me throughout my career. So, but other than that, again, I'm here to serve the city in any way they can use my expertise, and appreciate the time and everything. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Walker.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commission members, Council. I've been on this stuck committee for quite some time, but I really enjoy it more every day. I've learned a lot. I was on the Blue Ribbon Committee at the time when we were trying to do a manure digester plant with Chevron, which would have been wonderful, but didn't happen. Also, I have 44 years in the heavy construction industry, so I have a lot of field and office management, billing, constructing dams, bridges, all kinds of fun stuff. Flood control, pipeline rehab, blasting, demolition. In addition to these things, I've learned a lot about the water air pollution plans and also the AQMD dust mitigation. So I'm aware that we need to focus on those things in our community because that's coming down the pipe. Horse owner, I've had a lot of them. I enjoy them. Dogs, chickens, you name it. And the thing I really want to see happen, and I would love to be a part of that, is to implement community educational programs so that when someone moves into the neighborhood, that they get a welcome packet that tells them these are the way we do things here. And I would like to see more educational information given out to the Chamber of Commerce for our current real estate agents and brokers so that they know what the responsibility is of these people that are moving in. I think that's key to keeping us all happy with each other. I think that's positive. And I think that would create cohesion, consistency, and conformity regarding all of our animal keeping, duplication, and health-related issues. I would like to continue making further recommendations to the trash, water, sewer, storm drain, and all the issues to ensure safety to our residents and our vehicular traffic and pedestrians. I've been a resident for 25 years, have 4 grandchildren. The youngest is attending Norco High this year. I'm so excited for her playing softball. So the last committee that I was in was the backyard trail. And a friend of mine went about 6 or 7 miles, took us all day, took hundreds of pictures. I would really love to see this come forward, maybe with revenue or money. That's something I'd like to finish. I have more work to do, so please consider me. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Williams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, staff, residents. I'm Mike Williams. I am reapplying for the Streets, Trails, and Utilities Commission. I've been on this commission for 4 years. It's been very educational for me to see how the city government works, to find out just exactly how Chad and his Public Works Department really work hard in this town. There's a lot going on, and if it wasn't for Chad and the support from the rest of the city staff, I'm certain a lot of this wouldn't be getting done. My colleagues and I have had really good time making recommendations, coming up with different ideas and plans, making recommendation to council. I feel that we are the liaison between council and the residents of this town. Humbly ask for your support in my running again. 4 years on this commission. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Victor Sandoval.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council members. I'd like to take a few minutes of your time to introduce myself and explain why I'm interested in sitting on a planning commission and or the Parks and Recreation Committee. My name is Victor Sandoval, and I'm a husband to my beautiful wife, Michelle, and father to 3 boys, Elijah, Noah, and Luke. All 3 attend school here in Norco at Turning Point. We've been in Norco for 5 years now and absolutely love it. My wife and I met working at PetSmart, and animals have always been a big part of our lives. We keep goats, pigs, tortoises, chickens, turkeys, geese, and all kinds of fish, reptiles, and bugs. After growing up in Phillips Ranch, living in Chino and Corona, we finally found our home in Norco. And being that this place has already done so much for me and my family, I feel like it's my turn to get involved and give back to my community. I want to set an example for my children and show them what Norco pride really is. Although I have a very busy schedule, I also want my boys to know that it's important to prioritize time and to make time for things that are important. I'm 35 years old, and for the last 17 years, I've had a career in the construction industry. I started out as an apprentice, journeyed out early, became a foreman, general foreman, and left the field as a superintendent. I ran many different types of projects, including hospitals like Fontana Kaiser, restaurants on the City Walk like Margaritaville, rides at Disneyland, including Guardians of the Galaxy, and all sorts of hotels, schools, and casinos. Planning and development meetings and pre-construction meetings were a big part of my daily life. 5 years ago, I was approached with an opportunity to become an instructor for the Carpenter's Apprenticeship Program. I wasn't sure that it would be for me, but I decided to give it a shot. I now work in Ontario at the apprenticeship and teach all sorts of different classes. I'm a certified OSHA instructor. I teach Red Cross and certify apprentices to operate equipment. I teach print reading and run the curriculum department for all digital classes, like Procore, which is digital prints, Bluebeam, and SketchUp, which is 3D modeling. I'm one of 3 certified welding inspectors in the 10 states we cover and run all the welding curriculum as well. I'm able to inspect welds out in the field or certify people to be able to weld specific procedures. I sit on the e-board for my apprenticeship and have a good standing of how meetings are conducted. For Parks and Recs, as previously mentioned, I have 3 boys. They're all currently playing baseball with Norco Little League, and the oldest 2 just finished up their all-star seasons. It's actually, Norco's still hosting tournaments, so if you guys are interested, there's great baseball going on. Seniors just finished and juniors are still playing. So, I'm very involved with the league and love nothing more than wearing my swag and representing Norco. I take a lot of pride in our fields and our parks, and with all honesty, I get a sense of peace when I'm out working on Wayne-Macon fields. I love giving back to kids, so I manage 2 teams. I'm an umpire for District 72, and I'm the UIC for Norco Little League. I'm a board member, and I sit on the e-board as coaching coordinator. One of the main things that I always try to do is not just be one that complains, but be part of the solution. I don't want to take up too much of your time or bore you guys with any more about myself, plus I'm sure I'm close to the 3-minute mark. But I just wanted to give you guys a little about my background and why I feel like I could be an asset in either or both positions. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you guys all have a great rest of your night and week.
Our next speaker is Omar Sanchez.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Omar Sanchez. I'm 16 years old, a second-generation immigrant with 2 parents and 2 siblings. I'm currently attending Norco High School, and some of the things I like to do is ride horses, work out, play sports like baseball, basketball, football, and field. I haven't lived in Norco my entire life. I used to live in Santa Ana, which was like really populated, and when I finally moved here in 2015, it was like eye-opening. I found peace here. It's all quiet. You get horses everywhere. I love riding around on my horse everywhere. And that's one of the reasons I want to get more involved here. And another reason is because I recently attended Boys and Girls State. It was a great opportunity. We created a mock government. We held our own state elections for governor, county elections for county sheriff, and things like that. And I was elected to city council. As city council member, I helped with activities, and my city achieved 4th best city in the entire program for this year. And then we got the best city seal. And county-wise, I played in the county basketball game. We got the best county. And from there, when I was talking with everyone there, all across California, students, like top students, I realized how different my city is. Anytime I told them I had horses and I could go through drive-thrus at places like Rodeo Burger, they did not believe me. I had to pull up Google Maps and show them like the street view, and it just made me appreciate everything even more. And then on top of that, another big reason I want to be youth commissioner is my parents. My parents grew up in Mexico, and they didn't have the most money, so they kind of struggled. And they told me any opportunity I see, I should take it. Even them who didn't have that many opportunities, they made it like all the way over here. Their dreams are over here, so I want to take as many opportunities and improve just as much as they have. And as far as academics go, I have a 4.5. I'm ranked 7th in my class, and I've taken 4 AP classes, passed every single one of them, and I got a 5 out of 5 on my AP US History class, so I can get college credit to any college pretty much. And I also want to thank Ms. Brodsky. I'm pretty sure you know, and she's the one who told us about this. She recommended me for the interview at Boys and Girls State, and yeah, that's pretty much everything. Oh, also sports-wise, extracurriculars, I played football for 3 years, track for 2 years, got MVP this past year, and I just want to expand my activities as far as that goes, and hope people find like a happy place at Norco like I did. And thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Heasley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michelle Heasley. I have been a resident of Norco since 2010. Before that, I lived in Corona.
my entire life, but I decided to come on this side because it's a much better side to be on. I have a bachelor's of architecture from Cal Poly Pomona, and I have over 20 years of experience in architecture and planning. In architecture school, I took specific classes in historic preservation and urban planning, urban and regional planning. Those were kind of my passions, along with adaptive reuse of historic buildings and existing buildings. I have experience in K through 12 education facilities, ADA compliance, government jobs, residential, continuing care retirement communities, and I also worked for the City of Ontario Redevelopment Agency when I was in college. I have 2 kids that reside in the city with me, and they have been active in a lot of sports and activities in the city of Norco. One child attended We People Play School. Another attended a private preschool here in the town. They have participated in youth activities such as football, basketball, t-ball, baseball, and softball. I have been a team mom in baseball and softball. I would like to utilize my education experience to serve Norco on a committee. I feel that I'm would best serve either on planning, historic preservation, or Parks and Recreation, given my skills. On my spare volunteer time, I volunteer as a child passenger safety technician to help educate parents and caregivers on how to properly use and install child passenger seats or car seats. And also we do stuff on water safety and bike safety, along with pedestrian safety. That is through Safe Kids Inland Empire and also Safe Kids Orange County. It's all volunteer work. I do not get paid for it. I also have been very active in Corona Norco Settlement House for many years, since probably junior high or high school. Every year I help out with the Christmas gifts, and I'm also active with other stuff with them. I'd like to be considered for one of the commissions, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Sandra Hernandez.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. I applied to be a youth commissioner. I am currently 15 years old. I will be 16 in a week. I am also a second generation Hispanic from immigrants that came here. We moved into Norco 7/8 years ago. We moved here because my grandfather, he was living here, and he's been living here for like over 50 years or so. And he just loved his community. He sadly passed away 2 years ago. And I want to join the youth committee to learn about this community and also fall in love the way he did with Norco. Sorry. Okay. I also want to take this opportunity of being a youth commissioner to work on my public speaking skills, because I'm not the best, but I'm working on it. Oh yes, I currently attend Norco High School. I was a freshman there. I am gonna be a sophomore in JFK next year. I'm a straight A student. I volunteer for the American Cancer Society for my grandfather. Sorry. I'm really nervous. I also want to join the youth committee because weird hobby I have. I love politics. My friends always tell me I'm so weird. Politics really? Why? Like, because we have an opportunity to decide what goes on in our community. We can make changes when we need to. commission because I can bring the diversity since I am Hispanic heritage and I am bilingual as well. So I can bring the diversity of different perspectives to the commission.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rich Beesmer.
Preparing. Big speech, so just tell you a little about myself. I've lived in Norco now 11 years. It's been an awesome place to live. Again, like the other people are saying, my wife has collected all the animals in the world. I retired about 8 years ago from the operating engineers. I was a 36-year member. I spent the last 20 working for the apprenticeship program and running our apprenticeship program. Part of what we did is we would take our apprentices out to different counties, cities, and we would help build parks for them. So I put in for, obviously, the Parks and Rec Commission. I also put in for Measure R, which I have just finished the term on Measure R. So I know that's a draw coming out. Everybody's pulled out of the hat. But, so I retired 8 years ago, and the reason I retired is I run a youth sports program. I've been doing it full time ever since I left. It's always been something sports is what I'm all about and stuff. So I really enjoy it. I love playing, working with the kids and stuff. So, and in the spare time, my wife we are both having dog rescue. Both do dog rescue whenever we have any extra time. So I just appreciate your time and hope you'll consider me for either of these positions.
Our next speaker is Connor Knox.
Hello, good afternoon. Connor Knox, I moved here about 6 years ago. Did Town and Country Day School. Then I went to Highland Elementary. Then around 10th grade, I moved here. At first, I thought it was pretty much the same. I joined Boy Scouts. I went to Norco High School then. I'm currently attending there. I am 16 years old. I'm about to be a junior. I think this town is a really great town, but it can be improved, and I want to improve it. I think I know ways to improve it that other applicants don't. I participate in track. I pole vault, also cross country. Freshman year, I got 12th in my class. The road's going to be a lot better next to the high school. There's a lot of potholes that makes it really tough to drive. I think that's one thing that can be improved. I think that the horse trails can also be extended. The horse trails are a good thing, especially for the high school, because people on cross country, we run on that. We've been all around that. It's a really good part of the town. That's where I was born in Riverview Valley. They didn't have that. I really like the fact that you can just walk around town, just be a part of it. Even if you're not riding horses, you can just be part of the town. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Matthew Knox.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Knox, and I'm applying for Youth Commissioner of Parks and Recreation, as well as Measure R. I'm now a senior at Norco High School, and I participate in various clubs and electives such as band, green team, and chess club. I was also one of the few selected to do an interview with the American Legion to participate in Voice Tape, just like Omar. From there, I was chosen to go among 4 other students to participate in California's largest student-run mock government. This week-long program taught me more about government than school ever could, and it prompted me to get more involved in my community. It also pushed my comfort zone of public speaking and getting me to campaign for things that my city and county needed, as well as advocating in court, because I passed the bar exam to become a lawyer in the city. I want to further increase my knowledge and participation in my government, and I believe being a youth commissioner is an amazing opportunity at such a young age. I plan on taking this position very seriously, just like how I take school seriously. I've gone through many band awards, and I'm a national AP scholar after passing all 4 of my college classes. Despite not being able to vote, I still want to provide my own insights on how the city is run, because the youth also need to say, even if you're not old enough to vote. I chose to apply for the Measure R committee as well as the Parks and Recreation committee because they are personally very important to me. I've done I've done street and beach cleanups and played trumpet for local events like the Labor Day Parade, which I like to do because it serves the community as a whole. I also clean up the school through the school's environmental club and help with recycling. Along with serving the community, I'm an active consumer of these amenities through just being a pedestrian. As a driver, I see the quality of our roads. As a dog owner, I see the quality of our trails. And as someone who likes to go out with friends, I see the quality of our parks. I would love to share my opinions on the direction of the city as a younger person. If I could, I would love to serve both commissions, but unfortunately, I don't get a chance at serving one. I hope to bring this experience with me throughout my life and participate more in civil service and be more involved in my community, because that's what makes this country a democracy. Thank you for this time. It's been an honor speaking.
Our next speaker is Vicki Leonard.
Mayor, Commission. First, I got to say how impressive these youth are. Amazing. Anyway, just have to say that. I'm Victoria Leonard. I'm most interested in Measure R. However, I know it's a lottery, so if I'm not chosen, I would really love to serve on the Historic Commission. I almost pulled my name because I have no special degrees in history. I do not have an agriculture degree or architecture. However, after much thought, I realized I am a 22-year resident of Norco, and I have been a business owner for a cumulative for over 18 years. Most recently, I own Everything Boutique on 6th Street, and before that, I owned Business Express. I realized I have a passion for Norco and our city's history. Preserving it for the future generations is extremely important to me. So without fancy certificates, I feel that I can learn any task. My desire to understand and preserve our rich history hopefully qualifies me. Most recently, I served 8 years on EDAC. I was helpful in implementing the gateway sign, the small business loan during COVID, and I worked diligently with Andy, our city manager, on passing Measure R. It would be my honor to again serve the community of Norco if the council sees that I'm a good fit. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny Acevedo.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. To start here, I'm on the Planning Commission as it is right now, and it's been an honor to be serving that position for a long time now, and I'd really like to have it back again. Working with the staff has been fantastic staff that you have working for you. Right now, I've lived here 60 years in this town. Grew up here, first graduating class. Then I became a volunteer. When I grew up, I started volunteering for a lot of things. And it was an honor to be here in Norco and be something and watch it grow up from a small town to a big town it is today and large. But I had it in my mind already how to keep it that way. and I had to be involved. I couldn't possibly run for anything else for quite a while because most of the time, my wife was in the city council, so I could not run for office, or I would have been there a long time ago. But I kept myself busy with clubs. But anyway, my background is I was an electrical degree in the union for a short time, about 10 years. Then I had my own business in electrical for over 30 years. And now, before I retired, I'm just retired. I was 9 years as a chief of electrical for Costa Mesa. So my construction background is multiple. The inspectors there are multiple. They don't just do one. It's not just electrical. I had to know everything. And it was I learned so much about all the trades that had to do with building, and a lot of the planning commissions really takes someone that knows construction and what goes on. And I really appreciate it. I could go on, but I think it's an honor just to be up here with so many other people going for the position. And I love it. I really do love Norco because there's so many people that give to themselves back to Norco, and we have it here in this town. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sigrid Williams.
Good evening, Mayor Grunmeyer, council members. Sigrid Williams, my packet speaks for itself. I have applied for Measure R, asking for your consideration to submit my name in the random drawing. I have been an active member of this community for 18 years, a resident for 14. I am involved in numerous nonprofits, along with working with NART. I was on Economic Development Advisory Council. I'm now on the Economic Development Workforce or Work Group. So again, I ask for your consideration to submit my name for that random drawing on Measure R. Thank you.
And we have one last speaker, which is exciting. Since we've been asking for youth commissioners, we have a video, and it is exactly 3 minutes, or actually 2:56. So here's her video for this evening. Skylar
Hello.
Casey.
My name is Skylar Casey. My apologies for not being able to make my case for one of the 5 open positions as youth counselor. I am currently in Northern California visiting my father and was unable to change travel plans when this opportunity presented itself. In place of being there in person, I have made this video to share with you all to explain why I would very much love the opportunity to fill one of these positions. I have lived in Norco for a bit over a year now and gone to school in the Corona Norco School District my entire life. I'm moving into the senior year of high school and will also be taking concurrent classes at the RCC Norco campus to start my college career this August. In junior high, I discovered the study of political science and philosophy, which has shaped my deep passion and love for humanity. Like many in my generation, I have substantial concerns about the path we're on and want to see a better way of life for my fellow citizens and our planet. I believe that we can do better than we are doing today. I have often been told that I have a tendency to place the world's problems on my shoulders, and many see this as a hindrance. However, I do not. It compels me to do all the good I can to help others. I believe in the value of education, but not just in the formal setting of school. Education from people and experience, along with school, can serve as the silver bullet to improving the lives of everyone. My long-term goals are to become a professor and influence our governmental systems to help better this beautiful and unique species. This goal started when I was just 9 and went out with my mom to educate hikers on a new development plan that was going to destroy part of the Skyline Trail. A trail that I had often hiked with my mom and little sister. We'd spend hours at the trailhead, talking to hikers, and with the help of other citizens, had over 100 people at the city council meeting to discuss the development. I stood up and spoke to my community that night, and I knew that being involved in my community and making a difference felt right to me. I recognize, however, that I cannot do this on my own, and so whilst I may stand here today to take on this unique pale blue dot, I myself stand on the shoulders of thousands of thinkers, teachers, philosophers, and believers before me. I wish to take this position in the Norco city government as a first step to these goals. To be able to receive the opportunity to improve the HDI of Norco, I believe, would allow me to put my studies to use. I wish to be given the opportunity to look back on those who stand around here before me and recognize that this was my first step onto the world stage. I study politics and war, so my children may study mathematics and agriculture, so their children may study art and philosophy. Thank you for your consideration for my application.
We have no further speaker cards. So our next process now will be the random drawing for Measure R, and I will walk through the process with our IT, and we will get started. So
I have a question. So the youth commissioner attached to that, how will that be a random drawing also?
for Measure R, you will be appointing the youth commissioner, because we had put that in the ordinance that they would all be appointed. For Measure R, we have used in the past, the random.org. It has been successful. We'll begin now. We'll first click on Hold New Drawing. We'll enter the title, which will be Measure R. And who will be the entrants? It'll be a list of other identifiers, which will be their individual names. And we will click Proceed. The list of entrants will be pasted into a form from the list that we received of applicants. And that is Richard Biesmer, Jerry Burke, William Geik, Sean Gill, Michelle Heasley, Victoria Leonard, Mark Long, Susan Olmsted Bowen, Sam Tavalati, George Velestis, Sherry Walker, Aaron Williams, and Sigrid Williams. And here you will see that all of them have been entered. And then we'll go to Proceed. And this is telling us we have the 13 that began with Richard Biesmer through Sigrid Williams. The entrant list contains no blanks or duplicates, and we will click Proceed. And this will be a public drawing where anyone can view full entrant and winner list at any time. And we'll click Proceed. We are going to draw 5. And the 5th applicant, when it comes up the list, the 5th person will be the one that holds the unscheduled vacancy. And we'll click Proceed. Which we know it costs $4.95 to do this. And we'll complete the drawing. And our new members are now Susan Olmsted Bowen, Richard Biesmer, Jerry Burke, Sean Gill, and Victoria Leonard. And if you can give me just one moment so I can get those down. Now, the 5 that have been chosen will be removed from the other ballot, so they will not be selected for a second commission. Council, do you have any questions? It's working. I do have two things here. You received a detailed email from Catherine Grossman because she was not able to attend. I did get a message while we were in here from Daniel Letbetter. He had a death in the family and he wished he could be here and has been emailing on a regular basis. And then also James Ellis. He is in the military and has been held up. Yeah, he's in the museum archiving with the Army. So at this time, the next process that we will be doing is
Madam
discussing.
Clerk, before we do that, do we want to take a motion, since we have a slate of 5, should we use a motion to have them placed into office?
Motion approved.
Please vote. Oops. And motion passes unanimously. So our next item we will be discussing will be for the Planning Commission. It is at this time, the our municipal code does state that it's the mayor and council to appoint. And tonight, it's either your choice to either appoint at this time from the list of applicants that we have received for the one position, or if you would like to choose to hold interviews at a later date.
What's the pleasure of the council? Would you like to interview candidates or would you like to appoint this evening? Okay. Is everybody fine? So do you need a motion for that
Yes,
before we can
please.
vote, right?
Yes, a motion.
Move to appoint.
Second?
And please vote. Please vote. To appoint for the planning commission. Okay. And motion passes unanimous to appoint this evening. And I will pass out a ballot at this time for each of you. Sorry.
Council members are placing names on the ballots, correct? Their own names? The council members are putting their own names on the ballots? Great. We'll know by the signature.
It was unanimous for all 5 for Danny Acevedo, the incumbent. Thank you. Thank you, Council. And at this time, I will now pass out ballots for the Parks and Recreation Commission, which you will vote for one. Okay, this evening we had 3 votes for Catherine Grossman. We had 1 vote for Aaron Williams and 1 vote for Victor Sandoval. So Catherine Grossman has been appointed. This is the story. Yeah. We'll now vote on Historic Preservation Commission.
They're going to be counting for a little bit, so I'll share some fun facts about California while we're waiting. Let's see. California, and I thought about jokes. I need to remember for next time to have jokes for today, so we're not just all staring at each other.
When
so,
I'm announcing the parades, I bring a handful of jokes for the downtime.
do you want to share one right now? Do you have one?
Yeah. What's the unofficial bird of Norco? A fly. Yeah,
Look
you
at
guys have heard my jokes.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let's see. So California is the third largest state in America. The state sport of California is surfing. This is all according to Google, so take it with a grain of salt. Yeah. Do you have another joke? What do you call a steer with no legs? Ground beef. I know, corny ag joke. Sorry, that's what I got. Catherine's going to give us one right now. And then it looks like Dana will be done after this joke.
Go ahead, one more joke.
One more joke, Catherine. You're on. The pressure. Oh, does Kevin have one?
I have a semi-long one.
We don't want to. Nah, I don't think we want. I don't think we want a long one.
Funny. I don't know any short jokes.
Okay, are you
Oh,
ready?
Dana's
We're
going to
ready.
save you guys
Oh.
from any more jokes.
And I
Okay.
just found my list.
Okay, save it for the next count.
Okay, so we have James Yellis, Sam Tavalati, Carolyn Morse, Michelle Heasley, and then I need you to break a tie on one because we had 3 and 3 for Dan Ledbetter and David Meadows. So you will vote again for the last position.
All right, another fun fact about California. California is home to the avocado capital of the world. Anybody know what city that is to our south? Fallbrook. Yes. Catherine, you're up with your joke.
What is the hardest thing about learning to ride a horse? The ground. Bonnie, you know all my jokes. What do you call a pony with a sore throat?
A little horse.
A little horse. These are family-friendly jokes, y'all.
I got one, Mayor.
Ooh, Berwin's getting in on the action. Let's go, Berwin. This should be good.
Hey. This is just sound, logical advice. It's been around for 100 years. Don't squat with your spurs on.
Well, Kevin, we might have time for your semi. It's not real long, right? It's not terrible.
Man comes into a bar and he brings his son who's 18 years, he's 18, he's just ahead. Puts the head on the bar, says, bartender, give my son a drink. The bartender says, you better not do that. Not a good idea. He said, look, he's 21 years old. Give him a drink. So he gives him a drink, pours it down his throat, and out pops the body. The father can't believe it. The whole bar goes, oh my goodness. He goes, quick, give him another drink. He says, that's not a good idea. He says, quick, give him a drink. Gives him another drink. Out pop 2 arms and hands. He goes, oh my goodness, my son's almost whole. Give him another drink. Bartender says, no, no, no. He says, yes, yes, yes. And everybody's yelling and crying and screaming. Give him another drink. Out pop legs. Everybody goes crazy. The kid jumps off the bar stool. He's dancing, runs out the front door, gets hit by a Mack truck. He's dead. Everybody goes outside. They can't believe it. Bartender says he should have quit while he was ahead.
Okay.
Hey, those were bad.
Okay. Back to the clerk business. Thank you. The boring clerk. So between Dan Ledbetter and David Meadows, it was 3-2. David Meadows has been selected for the 5th position of Historic Preservation Committee. Okay, so these are ready? Okay, so our
Madam
next will
Clerk.
be, excuse me,
Councilmember Newton
sorry.
has a question.
Would you poll that?
on who,
Yeah, who
For all
voted
of
for
them?
who on that commission, please?
on for all of the votes?
Yeah.
Historic. Okay. For Berwin Hanna, it was Dan Ledbetter, Carolyn Morse, Sam Tavalati, Sherry Walker, James Yellis. And I'll look at that one next. Did you want it for all of them? Okay. And for Greg Newton, Michelle Heasley, Dan Ledbetter, David Meadows, Carolyn Morse, James Yellis. Catherine Alleman, Michelle Heasley, Dan Ledbetter, Carolyn Morse, Sam Tavalati, James Yellis. Robin Grubmeyer, Michelle Heasley, David Meadows, Carolyn Morse, Sam Tavalati, James Yellis. And Kevin Bash, Michelle Heasley, David Meadows, Carolyn Morse, Sam Tavalati, James Yellis. Good. Okay, the next will be Streets and Trails Commission, and there will be 4 selections. You will appoint 4 for Streets and Trails.
Yeah, so Catherine's going to share another joke and then I'll share another fun fact.
Did you hear about the man who was hospitalized with 6 plastic horses inside him? The doctor described his condition as stable.
I think that's a good Norco joke. I kind of like it. So almonds are California's top export. And most of the state's almonds are grown in the Central Valley. If you ever get the chance to drive through the Central Valley in the spring, oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Do you have another joke? They're taking a lot of them out, but they're still in the Central Valley. There's still quite a few.
What did the horse say when it fell? What did the horse say when it fell? I've fallen and I can't giddy up. You're welcome.
Okay, so the California state tree is the redwood. Looks like Dana's ready.
And we are ready. For the Streets and Trails Commission, We have appointed Audrey Pavia, Michael Thompson, Sherry Walker, Michael Williams. Aaron Williams got 1 vote, and Linda Chavez also got 1 vote. So our 4 are Audrey Pavia, Michael Thompson, Sherry Walker, and Michael Williams. Thank you. And then we will now, we will now appoint the Veterans Commission. I have the ballot in front of us. This is the formality of bringing on, as we discussed when we created the commission, of bringing those that are currently seated on the committee onto the commission.
Dana, can I suggest, can we just make a motion? Could someone motion?
That's fine.
Why don't we do that? Are you guys comfortable with that?
It's-
Don't we have more? So we have how many youth commissioner spots?
This is for the Veterans Commission.
Oh, sorry, for the Veterans Committee.
Veterans Commission.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
went first.
Yes. Is there a motion?
Yes, so moved to move the current committee, approve everyone on the ballot to form the new commission.
There's a second.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous to appoint the current committee as the commission.
So now we're going to get to the hard one.
Now we are going to appoint the youth commissioners. We have 9 applicants. We have a total of 5 commissions to appoint to. I'm going to provide you the ballot, and next to each name shows what their interest was and what they did not want to be part of. So it's on your choice tonight to choose, make your list. We do have to get 3 votes per person. If we cannot come to a 3 vote, if you want to make another suggestion for appointing, that'll be on your pleasure.
So, coming back to you with some jokes and fun facts, because this is going to be a hard one to tally, I think. So just found this again on the internet, so we'll take it with a grain of salt, but it talks about California has watermelon snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where this like light red algae forms on the snow in the summer months, and I guess it tastes like watermelon. Don't know that I'd recommend eating it, but there's a fun fact for you. So Catherine's gonna get you a joke.
A horse walks into a bar, and the bartender says, "Hey." The horse says, "Buddy, you read my mind."
Fresno is often called the raisin capital of the world. Fun fact. Yeah, it is called a lot of other things. But we're going to say it's the raisin capital so that we're nice. Oh, there you go. Yes. No. Yes, it has to be PG. You're the only one that hasn't given a joke or a fun fact. It's the PG rating, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Do you got something?
No, I was going to say, jokes aside, with the youth commissioners, what would council's feeling be on, for the appointments that one commissioner from each commission takes that youth commissioner as a mentor?
Yeah, that at the Cal Cities conference, that was something that they mentioned to really help them, that there would be a mentor. And I know we have someone who I think he's volunteered on one of our commissions already, to help the youth, right? To go over different things, to help them get started, to give them some confidence in participating, to kind of take them under their wing, so that that seat is helpful for them.
That, I would say that would be the challenge for the chairperson of each commission to work on that with the youth commissioners.
Mayor, I would just add to it would be, if we do that, I think that's a wonderful idea, and we should pair that commissioner up with a staff member for safety purposes. So there should be 2 adults with the minor person, not one-on-one. Alone.
Yes, but also just talking about at the meeting, so that there's somebody who
at
can
the
explain
meeting.
things and
Okay,
help
very
them
good.
before or after the meeting in the public
Absolutely.
setting, could just kind of help them to
Not to go
understand
out
where to
at
go,
night
what
or
to
anything.
sit.
I'm
No.
just saying at the meetings.
But just, to provide that extra guidance, and who'd be, a person on the commission who'd be willing to do that for the youth, who'd be interested in kind of showing them the way.
Great idea.
Don't be surprised if the youth, after what I saw, begins to mentor the adults. I have some duck jokes. Yeah. What time does a duck wake up? At the quack of dawn. I like that. Who stole the soap? A robber ducky. What has fangs and webbed feet? No comments from the city manager. What has fangs and webbed feet? Count Duckula. Oh, these are bad.
There aren't even any laughs.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm on strike. I can't do anything. You're right. I forgot. I'll tell you, I had to go to a meeting for my fellow colleagues in the Screen Actors Guild. They're crazy. You talk about negotiations. They get up there and the lawyer kind of goes,
All right, Dana.
Okay,
Ready.
here's where we're at. I got 3 votes on the planning commission and 3 votes on the parks. I would need to get a new vote on historic, Measure R, and stuck. So I'm going to give it one more time. We'll see how that goes. And then we can think of an alternative or we can try one more time.
So that I have clarification, since you have the 3, will we take those students' names off, correct?
Yeah, Chad's already crossed those off for you.
Perfect.
And then I'll give you your originals back too. So if you want to
Okay.
review.
So I have elephant jokes. What time is it when an elephant sits on the fence? Time to fix the fence. Why did the elephant sit on the marshmallow? So he wouldn't fall into the hot chocolate. I have no idea. These are really bad. Why are elephants so wrinkled? Did you ever try to iron one? All right, never mind.
We might have to take a vote that Kevin doesn't get to tell any more jokes this evening.
So,
Well, these are all approved by the
we
Writers
have
Guild.
one
These are
from-
already written by the Writers Guild, so I can say it.
We have one from the audience.
One from the audience.
What do you call an angry carrot?
I don't know what.
A steamed veggie.
Good.
A steamed veggie.
That's not bad, actually.
I would remove this person.
That's cute.
Well, they're still anonymous, so it's okay.
Oh, God.
How does a cucumber become a pickle? It goes through a jarring experience. Sounds like that one was about as good as Kevin's jokes.
What did one ocean say to the other? Nothing. It just waved. Sorry, these are
That's not
bad.
terrible.
You could hear the comedy stylings of John Brock.
No, that is also not PG.
Yeah, I have lots of. These poor people. Now this one's perfect. I have an inferiority complex, but it's not a very good one. I told my doctor that I broke my arm in 2 places. He told me to stop going to those places. These are not bad. What vegetable is cool but not that cool? Radish. That's bad. I was wondering why the baseball kept getting bigger and bigger and then hit me. Okay, I'm gonna retire. So you apply for a commission job and then we torture you.
we're almost there.
We're almost there.
So we got for our historic and Measure R, but stuck, you all voted for somebody different. So we're gonna do one more, and
How
that's
is
it.
that even possible? That's crazy.
And we're marking off those who have already been.
Okay. We're going to get it this time because I think the audience is tired of our jokes. Yeah.
Did we include Larry Eckhoff on that list for the Veterans Committee? I heard you back there. I heard you, troublemaker.
There's a rating limit.
Three.
I have a math joke. Why did the math book look so sad? Because it had so many problems. Okay, that'll be my last joke for this evening. Oh, look at Larry's excited about that. Thank you, Larry. Thank you. It's the only round of applause I'll probably get all day. Probably. Thank you.
Hey, I have a Blythe joke. Get this.
Oh.
The people of Blythe, California take the concept of cowboy boots very seriously. It's illegal to wear cowboy boots unless you own at least 2 cows.
I'm just gonna.
That's a law. Oh, God. Blythe. Well, Blythe. Oh, isn't that? Oh, jeez. Why is it illegal to wear cowboy boots in California? The law was created to separate the real cowboys from imposters. In Blythe, California, city ordinance declares that a person must own at least 2 cows before he's permitted to wear cowboy boots in public. So, Berwin, even you have to take off your shoes. You don't own 2 cows anymore, right? And you get to wear 1 cowboy boot. But actually, we have lots of people in Norco that wear cowboy boots, and they don't own any animals.
Keep it up, mister. I don't want to have law enforcement have you removed.
I wondered why they were sitting behind him.
So I'm going to go back to the California facts since I don't have to worry about applause or a groan or anything. So California has the highest and lowest points in the continental United States. You know, Death Valley has been in the news lately. Everybody wanting to go take their picture down by that thermometer, which is crazy in Furnace Creek. Okay, you're up, Catherine.
What kind of food do racehorses like to eat? Fast food.
In Glendale, it's illegal to get out of a moving vehicle.
Isn't it illegal to get out of a moving vehicle everywhere?
The law, that's what it says. Illegal. Oh, it's also illegal to drive backwards because it endangers the lives of other drivers and people walking crosswalks.
Okay, I'm going to save you all. Dana's ready. We are done with youth
We
commissioners.
are done with Youth Commission. Thank you all for being so patient. This was our first time with this in our pilot program. I want to thank all the youth that came out today to speak. Please make sure that you stay engaged and come out. You can come and visit us at City Hall anytime too. For the Historic Preservation Commission, we have chosen Sandra Hernandez. For Measure R, we have Omar Sanchez. For Parks and Rec, we have Matthew Knox. For the Planning Commission, we have Henry Langelis. And for Stuck, we have Connor Knox. I want to thank you all for coming out this evening. And if you, for any committee, commission, or the Youth Commission, if you weren't chosen tonight, please keep a lookout for other openings. We do have unscheduled vacancies that come up periodically. We appreciate everything that you've done and showed your interest this evening. This was the largest application pool that I've ever received, so it was very exciting for me. And if you ever have any questions or concerns about committees or commissions, please give me a call. I'm Dana, the city clerk, and come out and visit our commission and committee meetings and see what's going on. And that way you can participate as a volunteer or participate from the audience and share your ideas at public comment. So I thank you all this evening for coming out. Thank you.
So yeah, I think on behalf of council, we can echo just having such a large pool is very exciting. Thank you, Dana, for all the hard work. Thank you for everybody that showed up to speak. I think it speaks volumes about our community that so many people want to step up and be involved and help. So thank you all. We're going to take a short like 5-minute break for a restroom break. And then we are going to start with number 1 on the agenda at 8:12. Go ahead and start on agenda item 1. So we are in the formal business of the council. So we're going to go ahead and get started with Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
Thank you very much for July 4th. I think that was a fabulous day, and it was. We didn't have a big turnout for the mayor's ride, but the Independence Day was really absolutely terrific. You know, the most important meeting that I've attended really in the last was happened today, and I think what I'm going to be recommending it was for the RTRP, and I think we need to. I think we need to let council know what's going on. And also, I'm making a recommendation that I got the letter that we got, and I like Senator Roth, no offense, but I was very disturbed by the letter he sent. And so my recommendation is that the city manager and the mayor go visit Senator Roth, and because I think he knows me very well, he knows Greg very well, but I think, well, in fact, you could actually also take Catherine with you, but I just think he needs to sort of understand that this isn't going to cost a lot of money. I was very disturbed by that. And then we're waiting to find out if the supervisors are going to support the undergrounding. Edison's doing a full court press against us, and they're just very reluctant to what's upsetting to me is 4 of them told me to my face they would support undergrounding. And so I'm not sure how to attack that particular problem, but I think we need to. I think it's important we get as many of those elected officials as possible. This is going to be a battle. It's going to be a fight. And the reason I want to have a kind of a joint meeting is a lot of things the attorney said today I think are very important. And there were some of the things I wasn't aware of, but I'd really feel more comfortable having counsel really get a briefing, Lori, whether you put it in writing or whatever. I think it's just for me, that was a very important meeting today. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Almond.
Yes, 2 Cal Cities events. This year I participated, or this legislative year I participated in the Environmental Quality Policy Committee meeting. This was our final meeting of the legislative season. There were a number of bills that came through, particularly about water rights and looking at what to do in addressing the drought, and in particular, looking at water rights that are over 100 years old. So I was going back and forth with some council members from other cities that actually have water rights that are over 100 years old and trying to get their perspective. And in the end, Cal Cities, our group, decided to take no position, given not to support, not to advocate against. So more of that will be coming, I'm sure, through the legislature, and we'll be weighing in as a region. And then on July 10th was at the Cal Cities Riverside County Division meeting. And for other places that I've been, you can always check my social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hannah.
Thank you. The first part of that is the RTA updates, shows the ridership, and it's increasing a small amount each month. It really went down during the COVID like everything else. They still are their 25-cent rides through June the 30th, and they're good for anywhere that the buses go. And the RTA board updates, they authorized us to renew the bus passes at UCR and Cal Baptist and La Sierra University. And those bus passes are good. They're like $6 or $7 a semester, and the students can ride anywhere they want to, and it saves a lot of parking on the college campuses. Next. I have RCTC here. You guys see the small tow trucks on the side of the freeway? Well, this is what they're about.
The Riverside
right
County
here.
Transportation Commission is excited to celebrate 30 years of freeway service patrol. Established June 28, 1993, a special team of roving tow trucks offer free assistance to stranded motorists on select Riverside County highways during peak commute times. More than 100 miles of highways are covered by FSP, including the 15, 91, 60, and the 215. From jump-starting batteries, changing flat tires, and even providing a gallon of gas. FSP also helps those on the 91 and 15 express lanes and during special construction activities. If they can't get the car moving, they'll tow it to the nearest CHP-approved location. Tim Chilikoff recalls one of his most memorable assists.
I got called to an accident of 3 people involved. All 3 vehicles were stuck together. I was able to hook up the front vehicle and pull all 3 vehicles at the same time safely to their right shoulder.
Over the last 30 years, Riverside County FSP drivers have changed 130,000 flat tires, cleared 75,000 accidents, and assisted more than 1 million motorists. We honor the FSP drivers and California Highway Patrol officers who provide safety and support to keep traffic flowing through Riverside County. Thank you for 30 years of service.
What they do is, if you break down on the freeway, they hook onto you and they'll take you to the nearest off ramp and put you at some safe place, and then you call your own mechanic or tow company to come get you. They're real good service. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Newton.
Thank you, Mayor. Chino Basin DeSalt, our Board of Directors meeting. Just wanted to mention with our projects, we're having the same trials and tribulations that we're going through here in Norco with contractor pricing being out of the roof and not reasonable. And so we're starting to see the impacts of costs on some of our major water projects. To Council Mayor Pro Tem Bash's comment about the RTRP meeting that we had this afternoon, I do believe that we should advise council, but my gut tells me that should be either in a closed memo or in a closed session meeting. We have a major investment with this, and I think some of these cards we still need to play close to the chest. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and so then my report, couple planning meetings, and then on the 13th, barn tour and update. And again, I'd just like to thank staff for all of their hard work and the departments working together to make sure that the project gets over the finish line in time. And I know it's been a big project and it's taken a lot of staff time and work. So thank you for letting us take a tour up there and go over the project. Looking forward to that getting done soon. So that will conclude my report. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 2, which is our consent calendar. Are there any items that the council members would like to be pulled? If not, are there any cards?
I have no speaker cards.
Catherine, did you have one you want to pull?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Please vote.
Give it a good.
And motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. And just for information for the audience, a lot of good work being done. So thank you to staff for that. We'll go ahead and go on to item number 4, which is our public comments, and the clerk will call for those.
Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the governmental body's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. My first speaker is Aaron Williams.
Hello. I wanted to voice my support for
the recommendation from the STUC committee to address maintenance for the backyard trails. I think it was October when that recommendation was made. I believe it actually came up city council back a couple months ago. I was out of town at the time. I just want to express that some of the maintenance that needs to be done is beyond what residents can do. Weeding, residents can do that. Encroachments from other neighbors where fences extend into the trails and fully block the trails, residents can't do that, not peacefully. Severe erosions where footings of fences are starting to fall out, fall over, that's more than residents can take on. There are, in my opinion, safety issues where kind of behind my own house, it's a little bit mild, but the material of the trail, it's a bit of a hill and it kind of washes away and erodes over time. And it needs to be backfilled. And I think it's more than what could reasonably be backfilled by, individual residents in terms of just earth washing away. So anyway, I just want to voice that. It's not just about, people don't want to mow weeds. There are cases where that maybe could be addressed, but it's more than that. Huge trees in the middle of the trails, double fences, encroachments, etc. So if you haven't seen, I hope you have, but if by any chance you haven't seen some of the detailed report pictures that were provided by the committee last year, I think you'll see there are issues that go beyond what can just be dealt with on a residents cleaning up their backyard type of basis. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bonnie Slager.
Good evening. First of all, remind you that it's fair button time. Fair buttons are $15 ahead of time. I happen to have a few, and they are sold here at City Hall. Chris, the city clerk's office, has them, so be sure you get your fair buttons. The second thing is I also wanted to voice concern about the backyard trails. Since the residents are responsible for them, however, the residents are also responsible for the trail in front of their house. So how do you justify the city cleaning all the trails in front at the street and you're not cleaning the trails that are in back, even though they're all supposed to be resident responsibility? However, you are favoring some residents by cleaning their trails and not others. And I think your speaker before me kind of voiced specific things, but I really feel that you need to consider, again, the backyard trails. And my third thing tonight is, because it's summer, there's a lot of children out on e-bikes. E-bikes are very quiet, and when people are riding their horse on the trail and there is suddenly an e-bike behind them, it's not a happy experience. So I'm thinking that it's time maybe for the city to start some kind of an education program that e-bikes are motorized and motorized vehicles do not belong on our trails, and keep them in the street where they belong. Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we will move on to item number 5, which is our discussion and action items. We're going to start with 5A, which is approve professional services contract with RHA Landscape. And I'm going to go ahead and call on our Community Services Director for the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Before you this evening for consideration is a request to approve a professional service agreement for the Parks and Public Facilities Master Plan Needs Assessment and appropriate additional funds from the fiscal year 23-24 Measure R budget to ensure sufficient funds for the completion of this project. A master plan is a crucial long-term planning document which provides a realistic guide for the creative, orderly development and management of recreation facilities and programs for the city. It is based on the vision that the recreation facilities, programs, and open space are important resources which enhance community health, enrich the lives of residents, and contributes to a unique community identity and quality of life. The last master plan for parks, recreation, and open space was conducted 25 plus years ago. Actually, it was in 1989. The Parks and Public Facilities Master Plan Needs Assessment was approved in the fiscal year 2022-23 capital improvement project budget and is also included in the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. Through an RFP process, proposals were evaluated and a selection was made based on qualitative criteria set forth in the RFP. The evaluation panel unanimously selected RHA Landscape Architect Planners, Inc. as a consultant for this project. The previous allocated funding from Measure R in the amount of $50,000 is insufficient to support the project. Therefore, staff took this item back to Measure R committee on Monday, June 28, 2023, and received a recommendation for City Council to appropriate additional funds from the fiscal year 23-24 Measure R budget in the amount of $175,355 to ensure there will be sufficient funds for the completion of this project if it's approved. With us this evening is Doug Grove, President of RHA Landscape Architects Planners, Inc., to briefly provide you with a brief overview for the Parks and Public Facilities Master Plan Needs Assessment and answer any questions you may have.
Mayor, Council, very excited to be back in Norco. First came out here in 2002 and we worked on Pikes Peak Park. I met Councilmember Hamner at that time. And it was a very successful project. Really excited to be back with the city. We're going to do a quick presentation, probably 5-6 minutes, just kind of giving you an overview of what this process is about and kind of why it's super important for the city. So who's controlling the slide? I don't know. Oh, you may do it? Okay. Thank you. So there was some questions that we were given on kind of what we think the goals are and what the city is looking for. So these are the things, the 4 areas that we'll kind of cover tonight in the presentation. Basically asking, you know, what are the needs? How is this plan going to handle that? How are we going to get funding for that? And how are we going to maintain facilities over time? So we're going to look at this as where we at today. We're going to do a lot of existing analysis, financial analysis, and GIS mapping of where we are. Where do we want to go tomorrow? We'll do some surveys, community outreach, and how do we get there through needs prioritization, capital improvement planning, and financial planning, and so forth. First thing we'll do is a demographics and trends analysis, which is super important to find out where your city's at now, where it's going to be in the future. This is all the charts you're going to see tonight are not from Norco. They're from one we just finished Chino's a couple of years ago. And so you're going to see charts and diagrams that are examples of what we'll be doing for Norco. We'll also be looking at how your city relates to outdoor activity MPIs throughout the country. One of our consultants on our team, Next Practice Partners, does these all over the country, so they bring a lot of experience from cities throughout the United States. We'll be looking at all the programs that the community services runs, looking at where they are in the stage, if they're in the development stage, evaluation, if they're declining, if they're mature, and how we can best make those better for the community. We'll also be looking at all of your parks, so we're doing a thorough analysis with the GIS mapping system online. So everything you have, benches, trash cans, parking lots, everything you have in a park will be documented, its condition, that can then be used later on as you do park improvements on how to, you know, where your needs are. That'll be a chart like this where you have all the parks listed, and then the numbers of all of the things you have, and as well as the condition those are in. We also look at the parks in 4 ways: access and connectivity, condition, functionality, safety and comfort, and maintenance. So you'll get an overall kind of a park score based on how we analyze the park. So it gives you a good idea of where you should be spending your money and what parks and how they're doing. The biggest part of this process really is community outreach. It's super important. We have a community here that has older generation that's been here for years. We have younger kids coming in. For a lot of them, I was very excited to see, you know, nine kids going to be on a commission. That's amazing. So we want to make sure we're reaching out to everybody, and our outreach approach covers these 6 areas. The first one is creating a website that's specific to Norco. It's specific to your project, and this is what we did for Chino. The nice thing about these is they're you can multilingual, so you can click to select language, and up to 180 languages this will be converted to. So no matter who's looking at it, they'll be able to see what information is out there, where the project is, how the plan's going, what's been done, what the meetings have been at, where the meetings are going to be. We also want to look and meet with council, with agency leaders, community leaders and organizations, community groups, all of the commissions I heard about tonight. It was good to see that process go through and how important it is to the community. So we've been meeting with all of them. The students, we do especially focus on the students and the youth commission. Very excited. Not every city has that, and it's really exciting to see you guys had a youth commission. So this was just some examples. We'll be doing workshops in the field, in the parks, in the offices of the city. Just reaching out to everybody to make sure that everybody gets a chance to input. We'll do a thing called live polling. So when we have our community meetings, everybody can use the QR code, log into this system, and as we ask questions about what they like during the community meetings, these things pop up in real time, so you'll be able to see exactly what's happening as they go through the meeting. A real bedrock foundation as part of this project, and it's about a $16,000 item, but it's super critical, is a statistically balanced, reliable survey. All of the community input we gather for about 2 or 3 months will be used to create the questions that go into the survey. It's mailed out to over 3,000 or 4,000 homes. We get a return rate of about 300 or 400 of those. This is a survey that you will basically base your plan on, because it's random. We don't know who it's going to. It's administered by a separate company. And then we get a full report, about 150 pages, that goes through all of the documents and all of the data that people want to see and do in their park. We also do an online survey, so if they don't get that in the mail, they can go online, complete the same survey. Obviously, the data there could be a little skewed depending on who's on there doing it, but we will compare the surveys together to kind of give you a clearer picture of where the community wants to go. We use equity mapping with a GIS system, showing where all of your elements are in your existing parks, where there's gaps. So you can see this in Chino. You can see where, in that case, we're talking about outdoor basketball courts. You can see parts of the city where there's gaps that are not covered. So we want to look at how can we implement those into the city. We'll do the same thing with Norco, and you'll have a full map system of all of your elements and how that fits together. This will all come into a priority ranking system where all of the data we collect through all of this outreach and to the 2 surveys will give you a priority list of what the community feels are the most important things in the community. So this helps guide your decisions based on when you get money. And I was looking at your capital improvement plan. You've got 1 park project in there for Parmenter. So we'll be able to supplement that and give you a whole range of park improvements that need to be done based on what the community wants to do, so that when you have money to spend, you're spending it wisely and putting it in the right place. As I mentioned, we'll put together a capital improvement plan that can then be incorporated into the one that you have. You have a 23-27 one now. We can add to that, but this will be done sometime next year, so that can be in your next plan. But this will be a very detailed plan for every single park, everything program, everything you want to do will be in this and we'll talk about the funding sources, your major R, any additional funding sources you may have, and what to do. They'll all be incorporated into this capital plan. It's just specifically for parks and programs. We'll wrap up with a Norco Park and Public Facilities Action Plan. So you'll have something that you can see in 1 to 5 years, 6 to 10 years, 11 to 15, and we can change those dates. But you'll be able to know exactly what things you're going to be doing based on this input and how that's going to be carried out. So you can check off and see what's going on and how you've actually implemented the plan. That was very fast because that's been late. I just want to make sure you understood it all. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
All right, thank you for the report. I'll go ahead and start over to my left. Kevin, do you have any questions?
By the way, we did do a sort of an abbreviated study. Not sure when I got on which one it is, but yeah, something like that. Anyway, I guess my concern is, and I served as a Park and Rec Commissioner for 10 years. This is near and dear to me.
I remember you.
But I'm just nervous. We're looking at, the meeting I mentioned today. Looks like we might need a couple more consultants. Is it Amanda and Michelle that are you two the two that are, you'll be the direct staff in charge of this? How critical is this?
Well, my professional opinion, this is pretty.
Which is valuable to me. Don't get me wrong.
It
Don't
is
get me
very
wrong.
critical. One, we haven't had one in 30 plus years. This is going to provide an opportunity to make data-driven decisions for the future of this community. There's been changing trends, there's changing demographics. We have some items that are no longer in the city. I'll give you an example, the pool. I know there's been some discussions of master planning on 2 other facilities, and I think you need to have the stakeholders and city council's feedback on what this community really wants and a real roadmap to where you need to go to be successful.
In your professional opinion, I'm not being facetious, I'm being sincere. So maybe if we'd had something like this 20 years ago, we wouldn't have been putting lipstick on a pig called the gymnasium that we've. Is it possible, had we done that, we might not have done that?
It's possible, yes.
And then the Scout House, even that, I mean, it needs to be redone. I
And,
guess
and
I just
that's,
worry
and that was
putting
all
this kind of money-
discussions that council had talked about. And I think it's a really good opportunity to take that community center, that piece of land that is quite vacant right now, and really look at, what do we want to do with it? And you don't want to just plop something down and in 5 years or 3 years go, oh shoot, maybe we should have put it somewhere else and really developed a real plan.
And I guess I'm feeling a little sensitive about this because the property we're talking about right now, how much did we pay for that analysis? We already had somebody come in and it was basically a worthless document. Not that yours will be worthless.
understand. Totally
I'm just very concerned because I've got a Scout House with bathrooms that are just trashed. I have a gym that we could have built 5 gyms for what we put into that darn thing. But I guess I just have some reservations. So.
And with all due respect too, we were in a period where we didn't have the money.
Really?
And it's nice that the
No.
opportunity for Measure R is there to actually fund something like this to get us on our way to the future.
I want to make sure it's not just, well, the document you held up. What do we do with that? Nothing. So
way before my time.
I know, not before my time.
We pride ourselves in our plans really to not just have them be a document on the shelf. And when we get down to the action plan, these are things you can do. In fact, we finished Carlsbad's plan first back in 2013. They've already done 5 of the projects that we had slated for them to do based on the community input, so they can show progress. It's a great way to show progress, show the community that you understand where they're coming from and where they might need to invest. So that's a big deal. I design parks for a living as well, so it's a big deal for me to see that things actually happen, not just have some pretty documents that's cool and that get done. So the implementation part is super important to me, making sure it gets done.
I just would hate to see it stacked next to about 5 specific plans.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alman?
I have a couple comments when we get to discussion, but I had sent a question to our city manager. The timeline in here is about 18 months for the whole process. And so my question was, if this was approved, when would it start? And the information that I got was in a couple of weeks. So you would hit the ground running to start this process. Thank you.
Councilmember Newton, questions?
Questions or discussion?
Question.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Hannah, questions? All right. So then we're going to go ahead and call for public comment on this topic.
I have no public comments, Mayor.
All right. So now we can get to discussion. Councilmember Newton, do you have discussion?
A few points. Good evening. No. Well, let's let Michelle throw bricks at me first. I'm not diminishing the need of this. Okay, I understand the importance of parks. And having been raised in one of the best park districts in the country, I know how important it is to community. But with that said, I have a lot of concerns, and let's start with cost. Okay, so we'll allocate the study out of measure our funds, but how are we going to pay for what this study tells us? Okay, this is, my concern is we're going to have a study done that's going to sit on the shelf. We have, let's say our ADA needs assessment. Where is that right now?
I can defer that to Amanda. She's in charge of that ADA
Okay.
process.
And I guess my question to that is, it's going to always be ongoing because we don't have the funding for it.
We do have the CAS report, and this year we did have a successful project where we took we had spent about $200,000 to remove architectural barriers in Wayne Macon and in at the senior center. It was in that CAS report. This year we'll do another project to eat away at that CAS report. You know, it's everything in small bites to get that done. But we do utilize that report in order to prioritize some of these locations for those projects.
But it's going to be long-term as we get the funding to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's every city.
Right.
That's every city. You know, you chip away at it every year.
So it was also mentioned Parmenter Park. And I think we had a conversation regarding the scope of work of Parmenter Park. And I guess, what's the update on that?
So we did go out to bid earlier this year on the project. The engineer's estimate was 150,000. Bids came in at 500,000. So it was because of the WQMP requirements. You know, sometimes when we
Right.
do, you know, certain improvements, it triggers other things, other bigger things that cost a lot of money. And so we are looking at possibly value engineering that, or waiting until prices come down, and then we can go out to bid to finalize that project.
Okay. So then, and Amanda, I'm kind of bouncing around since you're up there right now, is that we're about ready to complete the barn project. And then budget-wise, we just went through a battle with the Measure R committee on how are we going to maintain our facilities? Where's the money going to, if it's not coming from Measure R, and presently it's not, how do we pay for maintenance on any of our facilities?
Yeah, but, well, it's through the general fund.
General fund,
Measure
which,
R, and we do have a small amount of, you know, park improvement funds
Right.
that we get from developments. But the majority of our funding, the funding for capital improvement projects and for these maintenance is really through Measure R and the general fund.
Mhm. And as that diminishes, I mean, we're headed towards a structural imbalance that we're going to have trouble maintaining the facilities we have. We've gone out to bid on, like I said, Parmenter Park. Those costs are way out of line. So that's going to have to all be relooked at.
But I think so too.
go ahead.
When we do have this plan, right, you know, we prioritize projects.
Right.
And so, you know, when they develop these projects and what will be good for the community, we could also budget these out over certain years. The CIP is a living document. You know, it depends
Sure.
on the bids that come in. It depends on council priority, and we could move that around, you know, as much as possible. So if we do get this list, we could see where we can fit it in, what our workload looks like, and if we can actually achieve those projects. So they might, you know, provide the list and what they see that how we need to work this out in a yearly basis for what projects we need to do. We can extend that, or we can make it our own priority.
Okay.
I still believe that that's going to be a city option for us to do as you approve the CIP and we put it together for you.
Right.
This is just a document that we would utilize to include those projects in the 5-year CIP.
So,
May I expand a little bit? So I agree with that. And if I can just add, a really critical part of a plan like this is that fiscal sustainability piece. And so the process starts with engagement and people's wishes, hopes, dreams, but the final plan is based on what we think we can afford to maintain and to build reasonably. So the building part is almost the easier part. It's the maintaining part that's challenging. And so I would envision that that final document is going to really hinge on that analysis, where we're going to need to see what can be maintained pretty darn close to where we are, right? Or with very marginal, minimal cost additional costs over time. Because let's say the community wants an aquatic center and we come back and say that's going to cost $2 million a year to operate. Obviously, that's not going to land in your final plan because it's just not fiscally sustainable, right? So that's an extreme example, but aquatic centers really do cost that much. But my point is your final plan should result in built plans for CIPs for parks that are actually sustainable and that aren't unreasonable. So for example, if a splash pad ends in the final plan, it's probably going to have a limited season. It's probably going to have certain hours so we can staff it to minimal level. It probably has a fee associated with it and a higher fee for non-residents so that we can keep those costs down. So I think that the plan will help to address the very issues you're concerned with, as opposed to just kind of through the years things pop up and then we get excited about doing something rather than really looking at that fiscal impact analysis. That's one thing. The other thing I'll add too, and Michelle and the consultant are far more knowledgeable than I, but having gone through a community engagement process like this is always incredibly important when those every 5 to 7 years the state rolls out a park bond. That last huge park bond was all tied to community engagement, and you had to prove how much community involvement you had in the design and the plan of your park project. And if you didn't have that, you were not off. You couldn't get off the starting block for the park bond, and I'm sure you could. So there were lots of winners and losers in that bond, and the losers were people that tried to scurry and get a park bond project together and couldn't prove that this thing they wanted to do was rooted in community engagement. So this tees you up to be able to qualify. And right now there's no park bond money, but there will be one day in the near future. There always is.
And there may be money to maintain a facility one day.
Well, not so much that. The maintenance money is harder to come by.
Right. So the other concern I have with this is that part of our strategic plan, okay, that goes to 2026 is to pause this needs assessment at this time, right? And my reasoning is that we just embarked on over $1 million general plan project, okay, that involves a lot of staff time and a lot of community outreach. So once again, this is piling another project onto staff that you got this general plan thing going, and that's a big deal, all right? And be more pressure on staff, but it's also more pressure on the community, all right? Go out in the parking lot and ask somebody about the general plan and go, I just answered that question. Oh, no, I meant the parks one. So it's all well and good, but I think let's eat that elephant one bite at a time. And now it's like, it's part of our strategic plan. Doesn't need to be done today. We got 3-4 more years to work on this, but let's get through the general plan first. All I have to say right now. Mayor, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Alleman.
Okay, I just wanted to back up to say where this item came from what I've heard from being on the dais. So a year and a half, 2 years ago, we had a discussion with our CIP and there was talk about a splash pad. And there was a majority of the council who wanted to move somewhere, find out information. It seemed like there was some movement to get that done. We heard from community members. So Public Works, Chad brought back some different options and some different costs. At that time, we decided we need to have a big picture before we just start plopping splash pads, in a park, right? For example, Neil Snipes. And so this idea of, we want a master plan for Neil Snipes. That park hasn't been updated in a long time. We want to make sure we're really addressing what the community needs and doing it in a way that makes sense versus spending a bunch of money without kind of that big vision in mind. And from that came, as this is part of our strategic plan, a priority, we need to look at all of our parks and facilities, and we need to get all of our ducks in a row and address all of this. So this, for me, this has been a while coming. I've heard from residents, that they want a splash pad or that they want a skate park or a pump track. And we put this in our strategic plan because we wanted it to get done, that it's a priority, which is why it's coming to us. Second, it still is a year and a half process. So that puts us, you know, when I saw that timeline for me, I thought we started talking about this a year and a half, 2 years ago. And before we even get to kind of a where are we, it's going to be quite a bit of time going by. So when I was looking through this, yes, there's a cost associated with it, but it went to Measure R. Measure R approved it. It was part of our strategic plan. I see it as a priority and something that we need to do. I kind of see it as it goes a little, I don't see it as maybe being more pressure on our residents, because if we're out asking people what they think, I think asking them about our parks as well as our zoning kind of fits together. Whereas if we kind of drag out outreach, we might have people who stop responding a year or 2 years out. So I was really concerned when I read through the proposal, how are we going to get our community to respond? You know, there's a quote, nothing about us without us, making sure that we're not making decisions for people, but we're making decisions with them. And I think we have a number of underserved groups, particularly our youth and our teenagers. And that's who I hear about wanting these facility updates for. We have facilities for equestrians, we have facilities for young kids, but we're not necessarily serving certain groups of our population, which is where, for me, this whole thing kind of started. So I think there were a lot of good answers to my questions about how we would outreach, and that specifically making sure that we got to them. I agree. It's going to also come down to funds, building, and maintaining them. But I really think Measure R was designed for maintenance. It's clear that it's in there. We're going to have ongoing discussions about this. Yes, we're going to have to be prudent, make prudent decisions. We're not going to go out and build a bazillion new park facilities. But there are things that I think we can improve, and it's important to have a plan and have a vision and hear from our residents so that we can chart where we want to go. So when grant opportunities or other things come up, that we're ready for those. You know, if you don't have a plan, then also what happens is, you know, you're kind of just plugging holes all the time. And so sometimes by not having a plan, that's still a plan, if that makes sense, because you're failing to kind of put things out there. You know, not making a decision is still making a decision in a sense. And so, you know, like Councilmember Bash said about the gym or different things, you know, then we might not be thinking of the bigger picture and using our funds in the most wise way that we could be. And I definitely want to make sure that we are stretching every dollar, being prudent, using those funds conservatively. And while this does have a cost now, I think that it pays back for the community in the future. This isn't something we're going to do every year.
Councilmember Hannah?
So this study's going to take 18 months, is that correct? And it's going to tell us how much money we're going to have to start this project at the end of the 18 months? Or?
Doug, it'll identify the projects, and then the cost associated will be estimated, if that.
And it can be done faster than 18 months. We just put that in there to give you a way. We can do as close as 13 or 14 months, depending on how fast. I know your general plan, I was looking at the proposal for that to see they're starting their community outreach kind of right around now, and they're going to do a lot of that in October, November, December, which is about the time we would probably plan to do some of ours. So we can maybe work with them to, you know, not necessarily combine meetings, but I think too in your general plan it's important to, they don't really have a park element. They talk about, they have a park section, but there's not much being done. This can become part of that. So as you adopt your general plan, you can adopt this as part of that element in the general plan. And so yeah, we'll give you it'll be a list of projects and programs that the community feels are important, and then how much those are going to cost based on current dollars, and then also funding strategies, ways that you can look for funding, beyond just the ones you have in Measure R. We can even build into. I know you just passed Measure R in 2018, but we can even build into the survey questions. How would you be willing to support another, whatever it is, say tax or increase to pay for these improvements that you want to see. And we do that a lot. So you can kind of get a little bit of a litmus test ahead of time. And if you decide to do something like that, how does the public feel about it? So yeah, it'll be a list of things that are important to the community, and then price tag for those. And then that way, as things come along, if you get funding or if someone comes to you, one thing to find out these plans is when we create them, you'll sometimes find people that have money that want to come because they see it in the plan. Hey, we'll donate money towards that item if we can get it done. It's happening in Benicia right now. They went out and found some money for synthetic turf soccer fields. and those are going to get done because the plan was created. So those things come up that you don't even see at this point in time.
Okay, and if you, you do this study, come up with projects that need to be done, and you're gonna give an estimate on what they're gonna cost, well, by the time we get around to doing them, that estimate's gone sky high because of the inflation on the materials and stuff like that. And Michelle, what did, I don't remember this, I don't know if I was on here when this happened or not, but Parameter Park, what are we spending on it?
I apologize. I have to defer that to Amanda as well. That's one of her projects.
Build them and maintain them. That's all I do. Michelle does all the fun stuff. Parmenter Park was budgeted for $150,000. The bids came in at over 500,000.
Okay, and Greg, you and Kevin remember this. How many years have we been working on this project, that park? Huh? I know it's always been the worst shape of any park.
Part of that though is that it has to be a makeshift adaptable park, because sometimes you'll have a year when your Little League was huge or your softball teams were huge, so you're having to put a mound in, take a mound out. And then the other part of the park, of course, was the vandalism. It's always been a park that's heavily vandalized. But to be fair, it's a park it's used for a whole bunch of things, which means it has to be highly adaptable.
Well, yeah, it's used a lot. I know that, but I'm
I played the
saying
first
that
game there, that when it was opened.
ever since I've lived here, it's been the worst park. I mean, the worst condition of any park in town. And then the next one that I think is and I don't know how you'd really fix it up. It'd be like putting lipstick on a pig, is the Snipes Park over here. It's always, to me, that when you drive down Hamner over there, that's just kind of a sad looking situation. And it's always been that way.
Snipes is a heavily used park.
I know there's a lot of
See by
people always
walkers.
there, just everything, but
The other thing about Parmenter Park, which is different from Wayne Macon, is that there's more of a buy-in from Norco girls softball, more of a buy-in with Little League, and they do a lot. Whereas Parmenter Park now, you don't really, it's a city park. So we have to do a lot of things that the parents normally do. The same thing with the community center park. They'll practice at it, but the big effort by the parents to donate is actually Wayne Macon. So it's kind of I don't know, man. It's a different animal. It's a different.
well, the Parameter Park, it's safe. The ground never looks all that safe to me when I go by there. I don't go by there much, but it looks to me like if a kid was running or something, he's gonna fall in a crevice. And
We keep everything, I mean, as safe as possible. We do have, maintenance on that field weekly. The scope of work for the project I'm talking about really is the parking lot and some of the ADA improvements for people to access the fields. So that's what the scope of work is for the project that we're discussing today. So it's not really too much work on the actual fields, it's the ADA compliance around that to get to the fields.
okay, and it's open 24 hours a day. It's not locked up at night, or is it?
It's not it is not, it is locked up at night. They do lock it up, but it's not open. I think it closes at 7 o'clock or
It'll close at dusk
Yeah.
if there's not a permitted
yeah.
use.
I remember they used to have problems with people going in there at night and hanging out and everything.
We have a lot of problems during the day. When the
Yes.
kids get out of school, we have a lot of graffiti. We have kids on the roof, and we've had police involved to work that out. And Melvin came out and helped us out with some issues that we had out there. We haven't had any issues in the last couple months, but it is definitely a park that gets targeted by the children.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Newton.
Just to Catherine's comment that I certainly believe in a plan, that you have you have to have a plan to move forward on any project. That's not my concern, is the project's important. I'm concerned about the present day, that I would support pausing this still keeping it in the strategic plan. Amanda, you back on Palmer Park, that project that's over budget, did that also include ADA needs assessment in that scope of work?
Yes.
Okay. Then back on to the consultant on when you develop this, what modifications, what factors do you use for your cost estimates?
Well,
Since we're
yeah, no, that's a good point, and I was going to bring that up. One of the things that we bring to the table is right now we have about 10 parks in design and in construction, so we have current costs. We also have a chart inside the capital improvement plan that I was showing you that has a 5-year escalator, so we can make it as much as you want. And so it'll tell you today's costs, Parliamentary will cost you $2 million, whatever the cost is, or may make it. If next year with a 5% increase or 6, whatever, so you'll be able to see if you wait 5 years, it could be this much more. I mean, obviously that's all estimates, but we feel that the first estimate is very accurate based on current costs. We've just gone through a huge price increase, obviously, as we all know, for all of construction. So we've dialed that in pretty closely, and then that's what we'll be using to estimate your park. So you'll know what it would cost today and what it will cost potentially in 5 years. So you can decide if it's more important to do now, that budget, or earlier. So we'll look at very detailed estimates for you.
And then I guess you made one comment about, just gonna maybe not sound quite right, but how we pay for all of this, and that you brought up a tax measure. Okay. And I'd be very wary about knowing that there's an election in 2 years, and I would have to look at a tax measure to pay for this needs assessment.
That was just one option, probably not the best timing for that, but but no, we'll look at a lot of different options. I think the other thing you'd mentioned, the Prop 6, the Prop money, Prop 68, which is the one that just got, we had 4 rounds of, it expires next year. They are right now, and this is because of my position as CPRS president, we're talking with the state legislature about putting another one on the ballot for next year to get another $7 billion. We just on a phone call yesterday about that. So there is potentially more funding coming. Can't guarantee that, but there'll be something. So if we get this done, you'll have that in place for things to come up here in the next couple of years. It's kind of hard to play catch up at that point because it takes a while to get through these things.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
Yeah, you caught my attention with tax measure, but you were referring to state of California, not the city of Norco, correct? Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, you know what, Michelle, I can remember when we were on the commission, we missed out on some grants because we couldn't get stuff together fast enough to apply for them. We just didn't have the staff. We may not have had a study, but there was a period when they were developing in the hills. I think we built Pikes Peak Park. We had tons of input there. Not so much in the hills. We had some. Yeah, but we had nobody lived there yet, but we did get some input in terms of what we're going to put there. Snipes Park is a heavily used park. People walk that all the time. And in fact, every time we've talked about putting something in the front of it or changing it, people go ballistic. We are a youth. See, it's funny because, again, I go back to my years. A lot of times you'll hear things like teen centers. People build them and nobody goes. Pools. Building a pool can be done, but what it costs to maintain it is unbelievable. Skate parks. Right now, there's 4 skate parks within 15 minutes of where I'm sitting, 20 minutes. I'd love to build a skate park. I built one once and swore I'd never build another one because we put it in a bad spot. We tried. but we are a youth sports capital. And I guess I just don't really want to spend the money, but at the same time, I think to myself, if you have a $7 million grant coming up and we're not ready for it, then what is that saying? We're being spend a penny wine, pound foolish. You really want to do this, huh, Michelle?
I think it's the right thing to do. And just to give you some insight, I had a conversation with the new Norco Little League president this week. She notified staff that Norco Little League will be having adding a new league. And they're asking for more fields. And we basically really don't have enough fields to allocate to all of the teams.
Michelle, we've
because
never had enough fields. What we need are practice fields. So maybe that's
Right,
one of the things
right. So we need to
I mean,
lay
and
that
the
out.
schools have now shut us out. I mean, when I first started coaching, you could go to the schools, but they've shut us out. By the way, we have an agreement. They're not supposed to shut us out. But what they do is they run travel and club teams out of the high school and say, oh, we fulfilled our obligation. And it's very frustrating because all their baseball fields at Norco High were built by parents. All right. Well, thanks, Michelle. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Might help. Right now, just so you can get a perspective of what's happening in the overall broad community, JARPD has just started their master plan. We're going to be working with JCSD on their master plan. City of San Bernardino, we're about halfway through theirs. Beaumont has been starting up on theirs. So just to let you know that it's a very common thing happening now with those cities. So those plans are all going to be done and they're going to be available to get funding. So I want to it's just the old FOMO thing. I didn't want you guys to not see that it's a very popular thing right now because cities are trying to position themselves for getting funding.
I guess just to forgive me. I guess what I don't understand is why it's not part of the general plan. There's a part of
Yeah,
me that
I
goes,
read through the proposal to make sure that it was. I didn't want to double do anything. So I
Yeah.
looked through all that. I read through the whole thing, read the proposal, and didn't really see anything that specifically talked about other than just mapping where the parks were.
because I just assumed that it would be in.
No, yeah, general plan is a specific sort of legally required document that contains mandated elements to meet specific requirements under state law. So typically a parks master plan is not part of the general plan.
So is Mr. Padilla going to come after us if we don't do a general plan?
Uh,
We're going to be fined?
Well, yeah, you have a compliant housing element of the general plan, so I think we're okay on that. The other elements, it's a little squishier as to how frequently you have to update them, but we want to because we want to provide a map for the built environment for development. So the general plan is really driving development. A park master plan is more like our internal document for developing park and recreation facilities into the future.
Okay, so I have a couple questions, and some of it's come from, again, I think the discussion's getting a touch off topic in a couple of spots, but some of the discussion has led me to a question. It's probably for you. When you're looking at assessing what we have, is there some assessment of you have a scout house, it's not being used appropriately, it really shouldn't be in your kind of quote unquote parks inventory, or you have this park that's underutilized or is not appropriately equipped? Do you have recommendations in the report for things that, hey, maybe this isn't something that should be in your inventory anymore?
Yes, for sure. That's part of the park. It's part of the park analysis. As we go out there and look at all of the elements you have and the condition of those, what's being used, and then as we talk in the community meetings, we talk with people about what would you like to see in these parks? What are you not seeing that you really want to have? So yeah, that's all part of the recommendations and how we analyze it.
And so then second question on that, you have a park that's being underutilized or whatever, and then the community says, hey, we want this. Does your firm then look at, okay, this is what the request is. Here's an underutilized asset. Can this thing fit in this spot? Is that part of your analysis
Sure.
as well?
Yeah, that's part of the
Okay.
capital improvement plan. Exactly.
All right, thank you. So then under discussion, just some thoughts listening to my colleagues up here. Number one, Measure R was for streets, trails, public safety, and infrastructure. And again, I'm going to kind of piggyback on what Catherine has said. We need to have a plan. And I think some of us are getting caught up in, because we have this plan, we're going to have to spend X number of dollars to get these things built. And I really don't see it that way. I don't see it as a document that we're going to get handed and say, you have $5 million worth of parks or facilities or things that you need to get done. I see it as, here's kind of a roadmap of, here's your menu or your roadmap of where you can go or what you can do. And then you're going to, whoever's here, it may be us, it may not be, is going to pick off that menu. What can we do? What do we have the funds for right now? What's important to the community? And I think the most valuable part for me of this is, we've sat up here and we've talked about a skate park. We've talked about a splash pad. We've talked about those things. But is that what the community wants? Is that what the community needs? And they're going to collect the data to give us those facts. When I started on council, I had 2 little kids. I don't have 2 little kids anymore. I'm not in the same spot. I don't know what's going on at Wayne Macon like I used to do. I don't know what programs are necessarily offered for our little residents. And I think going to the community, getting that data and making informed and educated decisions is going to be really, really important. I understand the discussion about Measure R and maintenance and upkeep, but I think, again, going with some of the discussions we've had up here before, there's going to have to be an education process with Measure R and it's some historical background. Where were we? What kind of money were we spending? Why was Measure R developed beyond, the 2 or 3 minute videos and the short blurb in our ballot measure and things like that? The discussion about, staff workload, I know at my job, if I can do 5 things in one day and get a free day off, I'm going to do 5 things in one day and have a really long day so that I know I can have a day off. And what I see is, if this project comes on, yes, staff is going to have more work right now because we're going to layer those surveys and we're going to layer that work together. But I think doing it that way, we're not prolonging the workload of staff. We're bundling it up and getting it done now. I would hope that staff would see it that way. But I also could see where there would be resident fatigue. I don't want to answer another survey. Didn't I already answer this question? Where if those things are commingled together, I think you're going to get the feedback that's valuable and what you want. And again, I just see this potentially being really a guiding document that's data driven with facts and not, well, this is what I wanted, or this is what I wish we had when my kids were little, or those kinds of things. It takes the feelings out of it, takes emotion out of it, and gives us a true, unbiased look at what we have and what we potentially could have and what we could do better and where our money's going to be the most efficient and effective way to spend our money. So I get that there's a big price tag on this right now, but part of me is like, well, Measure R said yes, and they haven't been saying yes very much lately. So it must be, important to Measure R. So that's certainly playing into, how I'm kind of receiving this information as well. So that's my 2 cents on the topic. Is there any other discussion or? Sure.
So you're talking about the state money or grants of what, $7 million or something a while ago, 5 million? Okay, so you can't very much get a chance to get that money if you don't have this plan. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Councilmember?
Comment that Kevin made about, kind of touch base on it with the general plan, and ask Colin that. So we have 7 required elements, and I've always been told you have optional elements. Okay. Could parks, facilities, assessments be an optional element to the general plan?
I think you can add any optional element you'd like. There are certain elements that are statutorily optional, but I don't think that's a limit. I think you can add extra elements to the general plan if you want to. The question is the firm that's doing the general plan, do they have the experience in whatever you're selecting?
Yeah, well, I was just trying, because I thought, Kevin, you were kind of on something that, could you combine it with the general plan? I mean, one of those 7 touch on parks, but you could make it an optional element.
Legally, yes.
Okay. I know that's not going to go anywhere. I just wanted to.
I guess the thing is if you were to do it that way, you'd still have to pay the additional cost for it. And ultimately, the number one, after public safety, the number one thing that's important to a community is the recreation system. That's it's even more important than roads. I mean, it just is it's the thing that brings us all together. And we just happen to be fortunate that we have one thing that no matter what color you are, what religion, brings a whole bunch of people together. That's riding horses. Well, the other one that gets a short shift is sports. People don't realize Norco is a major, and we have all kinds of ball players. We've got full ride scholarships. And so I think that we need to, I'm going to go ahead and support. I don't like the price tag at all. I'm a little nervous because we're spending money like drunken sailors, but let's face it, right now we've built to a point where these are the kind of things that maybe we need to bite the bullet and do it. So I'm going to support this as much as I don't want to spend the money, but Robin to be honest, Robin swayed me, so. I make a motion that we support this.
Berwin, did you have something?
Second his motion.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. I have my little list right here. I thought I checked it out.
Please vote. And motion passes with Councilmember Newton voting no.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 5B, which is consideration of next steps regarding retention of the state legislative advocacy services, and that's going to be our city manager giving that report.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, item 5B, let me flip to my report. So approximately a year or so ago, February of 2022, council had some discussion and determined to engage for the first time a state legislative advocate for the city. We selected Gonzalez and Son, and the motion was on a 1-year basis to provide those services. The contract, though, however, was a 1 year and then month to month until we terminate. So bringing this back to you for discussion. So Jason Gonzalez provided you with kind of an after action of some of the work they've been doing on behalf of the city of Norco over that time, and some of their history and some of the work they've done for other communities. So you should have some correspondence from me that you received today. Mayor Grunmeyer asked me, where's the city manager's recommendation on this? And so I explained that I did not include one in the staff report because I know this was something originating from council. So I was really sort of, that in my mind, leaving this without a recommendation. However, the mayor asked me to consider making one, so I did. And, on balance, I think it's very helpful to have a legislative advocate. It really is. And it's helpful in chasing legislation, is helpful for advocating on the city's positions, helping with grant when we have something pending, like a member request. It's very helpful. However, we have a lot of day-to-day needs too that are also very urgent. We spoke a lot even this evening about some of those. So I think if I had to choose between having a legislative advocate and having some additional part-time resources to help manage projects and things for our team, I think I would choose the latter. Again, as much as I would love to have a legislative advocate, and I can use them all day, and I do find this particular firm to be very helpful. So that's my recommendation. But again, if the council wants to continue to have the advocacy firm, we'll certainly make the very best of it if we have them on board.
All right, thank you for the report. So we'll start with questions. Any questions over here? Any questions over here? Do we have public comment on the topic?
No public comment cards, Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and bring it back to council for discussion. So I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
This is a difficult one because every day we're inundated with stuff. And I'm a little annoyed that, and I read these things, but like, for example, that whole Burbank equestrian thing, should have heard about that. I mean, we just accidentally found out about it. I mean, if Cal Cities was a little bit more, we do get legislative updates from them, but they tend to be more generic. But how do we stay connected to what's happening with the state legislature and keep our residents informed? And I don't know, is it better just to hire somebody that would do this for us, that sort of scans what's going on? But I mean, this year 800 bills or something crazy like that went through, and they're all in various, how do you follow them all? I mean, it's just nuts. And it's like every bad idea, they decide that's really what happens. And because there's no pushback whatsoever. I'm sorry to be wishy-washy on this, but I don't know what to do. We need somebody to connect, but at the same time, are we really getting the bang for our buck? That's my concern. So obviously, I'm going to listen to what our city manager says. So sorry, I didn't answer any questions whatsoever, did I?
Councilmember Alleman?
Sure. When this came to us and we decided we really wanted to just pilot it and see how it went. And one of the things that we understood when we hired the firm was that they would assist with grant writing, but that's not true. So we had also foreseen that they would be able to help us write our grants for veterans housing. And we realized that that wasn't necessarily the case. So we thought there were going to be some other services that were coming with this. While there's certainly assist with making connections, and they did that as it's in the report with the veterans housing. And so I also asked our city manager because I don't have a good handle on how helpful they have been to the city. And so besides the city manager, I would ask for those who have been working on like RTRP. I know for veterans housing how much help we were able to get, which where we were at that stage and what we had expected wasn't much. But if they are a necessary piece of, for instance, the outreach with RTRP, I'd be interested to hear that. But I don't have strong feelings on keeping them where we are right now. Perhaps in the future, depending on where we go or what our needs are, it might be more useful. I know our city manager made a comment, though, you don't need one till you need one. And so it's sometimes hard to anticipate when you need one, and you don't want to be scrambling for assistance, but we need to make prudent decisions as well. Are we really getting what we need out of this? And if not, then we piloted it. We found answers to our questions, and then we can always come back to it if it would be a better service to our city and to our residents.
Councilmember Newton?
Thank you, Mayor. Sometimes with lobbyists like this, is it a want or is it a need? And for the $50,000 we're paying a year to this lobbyist, it's not going to buy much. It's going to buy maybe $50,000 worth if we're lucky. I think what ended it with me was, so I was reading one of the multiple housing bills and came across this exception that mentioned equestrian city of Burbank called Councilmember Bash. And obviously it wasn't a benefit to Norco, but you have a lobbyist that's to be reviewing these bills, and you would think a trigger word of equestrian, Southern California, maybe should have set something off that maybe I should read it and advise my client. Never happened. You had to follow up on it at Kevin and I's request. And I shouldn't be the one doing the lobbying work. Okay. So I'm done. Let's put it on the shelf right now and save the money. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Hannah. Any comments? You have to use your microphone.
But I really haven't seen too many of these people that do justice to who they work for, and especially after reading what this guy did about the Burbank deal and not notifying the city of Norco on it. I just don't think he's done his job, so I can't support him.
All right. I just have a couple of comments on this one. It's probably going to be in line with my colleagues. I was under the impression that we would get more regular reports. I don't feel like that has happened for the money. I also thought they would have like flagged words that would show up as they're doing their sweeps. The Burbank issue wasn't the only one that, in my opinion, slipped by them. AB 554 also slipped by them, and that came through my California Ag Teachers Association, our lobbyist. And I think it was one of those things, they just don't understand the nature of what we do in Norco and how some acts of legislation could really impact what we do. And so that was another one. I was able to reach out to the city manager, and we did our own work on that particular one, and it has turned into a 2-year bill. So the fight is not done on that one, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. So I think if council as a whole is connected to agricultural groups, has a pulse on some of the housing stuff, and we're involved in Cal Cities and some of those, it's just going to be a more effective use of our money. Because again, I've been slightly disappointed with, I feel at the beginning we were getting those reports from Andy, and then they just disappeared until, we're going to talk about the item, and then all of a sudden we get a report to go with a council agenda item. So I think we're all kind of aligned on where we're at, but I would ask, if this is something that we're not going to do anymore, that we probably need to make sure we're, completely reading through that list from Cal Cities, or paying attention to any other agricultural or rodeo or associations that we're in when they're sending out their legislative topics, that we're paying attention so that we don't miss something. So.
We also, I think one of the things that we probably should do, Aaron Sassy is moving on to a water district. I think maybe we should sit down and have a conversation with the new person, say, hey, can you kind of keep an eye out for Norco-centric instead of being generic? And maybe we can have that discussion with them, and, they may come up with something. But again, 800, 1,000 bills. I mean, how do you follow them all? But maybe with whoever the new person is, maybe we do something, Lori, in terms of doing that way. Because that, we pay a lot of money then too, don't we? So.
We do. And I think the idea of, taking a little bit of this money and funding like an intern, a college student to help run ledge for us could just be really helpful. They can set Google alerts for those words. I think that could be, they can do letters, they can help me log it, they can do all those things to help us. They can work with departments in gathering information and doing that, working with our legislators. Because often legislators have requests of us that I think can help in some ways. I do want to clarify too, Gonzalez and Son does send us reports, but they're like an auto report that has much of the same that we're getting from the league. So they do send those, but I think I've occasionally sent them to you, but it's kind of the same thing. They're not really specific for us. So I have nothing negative to say about them. I agree with you on the one issue. I wish they had flagged that for us for sure. But I just think on balance, there's probably better ways to go.
No, any further discussion, or I'll entertain a motion?
Motion to terminate the contract.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to terminate the contract.
Please vote. And y'all went red. There you go. Just went up. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item C, it's going to be to adopt the first amended and restated city manager employment agreement. And so I'm going to go ahead and call on the city attorney for this report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will also note for the minutes, the city manager has left the room because this involves her contract, so abundance of caution, she decided to go ahead and step out. This is going as an oral report because the Brown Act requires that before this contract is approved, an oral report happen by staff. So the city manager just finished a successful first year. There were a lot of accomplishments. Council reviewed her performance and there were labor negotiations. After those negotiations, performance review, it was determined that the city attorney should prepare an amendment to the city manager's contract, increasing for salary and adjusting some benefits. The determination was made to keep it even with other employees. In other words, to place the city manager on a 10-step system and provide the same 1.5% COLA to make sure that the city manager is treated the same way as other employees, department heads. So the item in front of council, there are two items. One is a first amended and restated city manager employment agreement. The second is a resolution establishing the salary step assignment for the city manager. The two items do the following. First, they place the city manager on a 10-step compensation scale in the same manner as other employees. They allow future step adjustments to be made without the need to amend the employment agreement. They set the manager's compensation at step 7, which is $247,982. That is the closest step to what the city manager currently makes without reducing salary, and also allows a 1.5% COLA, the same one that was provided to other management employees. It also corrects an issue with the city manager's vacation and administrative leave cash out so that it's consistent with other department heads, and the resolution is what formally places the city manager on that step set.
Thank you for your report. So we will go to questions. Are there any questions on this side? Any questions on this side? Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back for discussion. So there are a couple things I'd just like to start off by saying, and this is just from my limited experience on council, there has never been a step and column or anything like that for the salary for the city manager. It was city manager would come in, there'd be some discussion, a number would be developed, I guess, for lack of a better term, and then that would come to council and come in a public forum like this. For me personally, having everyone on a step and column, that's public knowledge, that's available for everybody to see. This is where folks can land. This is what the city of Norco is offering, I think is tremendously valuable, and it provides a lot of transparency in the process. I know in the past that there's been some contention on why are you paying the city manager so much money and what are they doing and all of those. So I think having this step and column process and having it out for the public is incredibly important and something that probably should have been done a long time ago. So I certainly appreciate that. And I think it's moving us in the right direction. And again, putting all employees kind of on this same system so that everybody knows where they're at. So with that, I'm going to come over there. Berwin, do you have any comments? on this item? Greg, any comments?
My only comment is I don't like having one boss. I would hate to have five.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Catherine?
No, I would just add to what Mayor Grunmeyer said. When Andy retired and we needed to hire a new city manager, that was one of the things that we had to look at, because in order to recruit a city manager, you have to look at what is the salary you're offering, what is the salary that's out there, what are other city managers making in cities that are our size. And so a range had to be determined, and this step process just goes quite along with that. We did a whole study on what's the market rate for what our employees are getting paid. What are people getting paid other places? We have to be competitive to keep employees and to get great staff, to keep great things happening in Norco. And so certainly we want to be as transparent with that as possible.
Kevin?
Is it premature to make a motion?
I do not think so.
I make a motion to approve.
Do you need two motions, or can it all be done in one?
All together.
Okay, thank you. Berwin?
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Very good. So then we're going to go ahead and if somebody, looks like the lieutenant will go get Lori. Hopefully. Yes, maybe. Okay. No, because we still have closed session. So we're going on to number 6, city council and staff communications. So we're going to start with city staff. Anybody?
Just
City
a
att-
reminder, I'm sorry,
Oh,
just a
go ahead.
reminder, National Day of the American Cowboy is this Saturday, and hope everybody can come out and celebrate.
That's right. Warm up your arms, gentlemen in the back. City attorney. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can just say, we do have an excessive heat warning coming this week. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be over 100 for the next, I think, 7 days. So we're encouraging everyone to just check on your neighbors. You know, we all have those neighbors we worry and we think about. This is a great time to meet your neighbors, to knock on the door, to say hello. If you see elderly folks putting out their cans, to please think of them. And then I just want to also mention too, so the council's aware that our leadership team is actively managing this with our staff. We have to keep our staff safe. So we have been talking actively together to make sure we do what we need to do to keep our employees safe. So if you see our staff taking a break in the cab of their truck or leaving a job site to go into air conditioning, thank them for that, because my challenge to the team is we do not want a single heat related injury over this next week. We want to keep everybody very safe. So just thank them and encourage them to do that.
Councilmember Hannah. Councilmember Newton.
Kevin, are you going to bring up Norco Hills Road? No, go ahead. Kevin and I had a discussion today about, no. Have we stopped maintenance on the slopes on Norco Hills Road?
The LMDs, we have gone to natural
Weeds.
weeds. Yeah, we can
Okay.
look at the weeds. I know that Todd's working on some slopes on LMD2 with Nova. I believe they might be working on that in the coming weeks. But we have decided for the right side of the street, on the other side of Corona, to go natural on that slope to match the Corona side. But we could look at weeds and we can do weed abatement there. I know that Todd has a list of slopes that he's working on.
I guess my
Nova.
concern when I was talking to Kevin about this was we spent a ton of money removing all those weeds, doing all the landscaping, repairing all the irrigation.
In the
you know,
parkways?
on that whole slope on Norco Hills Road.
We're in violation of our own municipal code at this point. I mean, you can see it. It's weeds are 3 to 4 feet high.
Okay. I'll take a look at that tomorrow. I know the parkways, we are still maintaining. We are
Sure.
still
Well, parkways are
irrigating,
great.
But the slopes, I know in talking to Todd that that the decision was made to go natural on that slope that would match the Corona side. Unless it's not the right slope, but I'll take a look at it tomorrow.
And decision was made by,
It was part of the LMD too, when the ballot measure did not pass, that we would not maintain that slope anymore, that we would cut off the irrigation
I
and it
understood
would
we
go
took it
natural.
over. Thought we took it over.
yeah. Well, I mean, for that,
Why don't we, can we
You
put a
look
pin in
into
this
it.
and we'll look into it and we'll
That's
circle
all I
back?
was gonna ask.
Yeah, and you just sent me that picture, so we'll follow up
There's
and
two of 'em,
we'll,
two slopes.
and we'll let the council know what's happening. We'll pull out some of that history and we'll make sure that we're all talking about the same things for sure.
Anything else? Councilmember Alleman?
Just want to thank staff for the 4th of July celebration. My family and I were running all over Pikes Peak Park to win the family scavenger hunt. And then Michelle, would you just restate where the cooling centers are in Norco?
The cooling center is at the senior center, Rosa M. Eldridge Senior Center, and it is open. We do have an issue with one of the air conditioners right now, but we have relocated the people who visit the cooling center into other areas of the senior center where the air conditioners are working.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
Yeah, just a couple of things. First off, Lori, do you think that we could have Monica Green come and tell us about the construction project that they want to do at the corner of Third and Hamner, or just past at the 120 apartments? And if we could have them come in, I think the council needs to be aware of the fact that we're now looking at two projects. So I think we need to do something about it. We need to look at that. We need to know. Also too, can we look at the e-bikes not being on the trails?
So on that issue, we actually have that in regular rotation on our top stories. So when we have a gap, we do that. And then the lieutenant and I have been working with a plan to have NCP assist in some, not enforcement, but some informational handouts about when they see people on the trail with an e-bike. So it is an ongoing thing that we are on. And I've been talking to the lieutenant about also. So
Yeah, because you know what, if you follow what you did with the golf carts, I mean, I'm not seeing nearly the number of golf carts and none driven by little kids.
yeah, e-bikes are very popular and they are a concern on the trail. They're not allowed on the trail.
And then on Corona Avenue, I got a question. Who's in charge of trees on the project there that we're doing on Corona Avenue? Are we pulling all the trees out in front of Mrs. Smith's property? I'm sorry, Valley View. Yeah, she just wanted to know, and that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. So then, I don't have anything. This evening, we will be adjourning the meeting in memory of Jean Hoffman, who recently passed away, wife of Councilman Hoffman. And again, someone that was active in our community, volunteered her time. Do I have to do that after we come out of closed session, huh?
No, Madam Mayor, we can adjourn the meeting to closed session. We'll come back from closed session.
And
We'll do
adjourn
We'll
again.
do the official minutes adjournment, but the ceremonial adjournment.
Okay, so if you'll join me in a moment of silence in memory of Jean. So we are ceremonially adjourned to closed session.